Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee into the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Participant Service Guarantee and Other Measures Bill 2021. These are public proceedings and a Hansard transcript is being made. The hearing is also being broadcast via the internet. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, although the committee may determine or agree to a request to have evidence heard in private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may also be made at any other time. The committee understands that all witnesses appearing today have been provided with information regarding parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses. Additional copies of this information can be obtained from the Secretariat. So I now welcome Dr. Darren O'Donovan and representatives from Maurice Blackburn Lawyers and the Public Interest Advocacy Centre. Thank you for appearing before us today. I'm Wendy Askew, Chair of the committee, and I have Senator Green and Senator Steele-John online as well. Before we begin, could I ask each of you to please state your name and the capacity in which you appear for the benefit of the Hansard transcript? And I will start with Dr. O'Donovan, if that's okay.
Dr. Darren O'Donovan, Senior Lecturer at the Trowbridge Law School.
Thank you. And Maurice Blackburn Lawyers, Mr. Ballantyne.
I thank you. Tom Ballantyne, Principal Lawyer, Maurice Blackburn Lawyers.
Thank you. And Public Interest Advocacy Centre.
Thank you, Chair. Chadwick Wong, Senior Solicitor at the Public Interest Advocacy Centre.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement, should you wish to. And after that, I'll invite the committee members to ask you some questions. So we'll do it in the same order, if that's okay.
Thank you, Chair. So I think we're starting out on quite a long day. And, you know, I think we're going to hear praise. And I do think, you know, we are going to see some emphasis on some sensitive aspects of this bill, where it just drifts into CEO discretion and away from clarity. I think, I sort of feel for the committee, I would give you 6 words to carry with you throughout the day. 6 words that when people ask for improvements or maybe make a criticism, there'll be 6 words that sum up the recurring dynamic, which is a skeleton bill, vague rules, unhealthy discretion. And that sort of is going to be something that will keep recurring, and that's what we need to work on. As the Bipartisan Joint Committee on Human Rights has stressed, if you can't map the use of powers, if you don't have rules confining and structuring power in your hand, you're drifting out of a rights-centered space. And there are just parts of this package that are just a bit too unstable. They will sort of drive that inconsistency and bureaucracy that we all want to avoid. You know, fundamentally, I think what the department is going to call flexibility, I call power. What the department calls details for later, I call rights and certainty. We all want to work together to create certain usable legislation. And in key areas, we are putting the rules at the wrong levels, engaging in drafting which is unclear, and pushing some sensitive issues onto the NDIA. And I would like an agency that is laser focused on delivery and decisions upon clearly defined norms, and maybe fewer infographics and policy brochures, which we've all seen in 2021. In terms of specific issues, obviously variation power is going to recur. Strictly limited to the urgent, beneficial only situations, canvassed clearly in the Tune Review, center all remaining variations on a participant's request, pop that in the bill, done. Okay. With my other area that I went heavy on in the submission, and I think all of us were trying to charge and get the best submissions in we could, access, the Act creates, the bill will create a wide-ranging power to sort of shrink and place hurdles on the agreed statutory definition for access, and that will be done through delegated legislation. My concern is that means less scrutiny. Again, putting sensitive issues of policy through unsuitable disallowance mechanisms. I think it's a common thing this morning in this session that the draft rules ring some technical alarm bells, around eligibility, and I'm struggling a bit to confirm the policy intention around psychosocial and some of those areas. There's the bones of a good bill to be passed. I'd love to send a message at the end of a tough year. We're going to have the best possible conversations about the NDIS. We're going to give the agency a clearer and stronger lead through law, not open discretion. We're going to lock in the ongoing quality parliamentary scrutiny and the NDIS deserves. Discretion, disallowance, and leaving it to the operational guidelines, I just don't think that's going to get us where we need to go. Trust is built off clear choices made by those accountable to the public in forums designed to come up with policy, scrutinize policy. I'd ask, that we separate the parts of the bill that need restructuring, that need more work, bank the good bits that commit to improved governance, and we can end 2021 together, saying whatever the political choices ahead, we'll have co-design and we'll have leadership.
Thank you very much, Dr. O'Donovan. Mr. Ballantyne.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I just do want to make one, clarification to our submission. In this submission, we talk about any exercise of the CEO power needing to be anchored by the reasonable and necessary criteria. I do note that in the amended legislation that's now before us, there is some reference to that being taken into account, so I should acknowledge that. It doesn't allay our entire concerns, but it certainly needs to be acknowledged. Otherwise, I just would start by saying my perspective on this is twofold. One, as someone, or particularly our firm, who have been representing people in similar insurance schemes and in disputes with similar insurance schemes for decades, and personally as someone who represents potential participants and current participants through the internal review and AAT process. So it's a boots on the ground perspective, and with real experience about how the system fails people and how there can be pretty poor outcomes in agency decision making. We've got significant concerns about the power of the CEO, or the proposed power for the CEO to vary a plan at their own initiative. The limitations in the legislation as currently drafted are not sufficient, and there is clear potential for the power to be used unilaterally to vary a participant's plan to their detriment. I note that that's not intended, according to the explanatory memorandum, but I don't believe that a line in the EM is sufficient protection for participants. Proposed changes also go far beyond what was recommended in the Tune review. The Tune review really only highlighted a need to change a plan in certain limited circumstances. And in fact, I think it even went as far as specifically saying that any such power should not be discretionary and it should not be unilateral. And that's really what is proposed here. So I think on the face of it, the proposed changes could vest effectively unlimited or unconstrained, perhaps more accurately, power in the CEO to change the supports funded in a participant's plan. And I think it's really important to note that by extension, that would allow a CEO to change and influence what supports are funded across the entire scheme. And that power is now proposed to be used at the level of an employee, as opposed to the minister who's elected and an accountable official. And this reduces transparency and accountability. We could have a scenario where individual plans are being altered in a certain way across the scheme, and other participants and the broader disability community wouldn't know about it. That does nothing to engender trust, and it does nothing to engender credibility in the scheme. We also have some significant concerns about the proposals to designate rules relating to the use of this power as Category D. I won't go into this my concerns in too much detail in the opening, I would commend the submission from the Public Interest Advocacy Centre to you on this point. I think it's really comprehensive and excellent. But taken together, the proposal to designate rules, particular rules as Category D, and the really unconstrained power that's proposed to give to the CEO really give rise to significant concerns from our perspective. The other half of our submission goes to the proposed changes to the permanency criteria under the eligibility criteria. Again, those concerns are articulated in our submission. In my experience, the interpretation of the permanency requirements is one of the most vexed issues arising out of the eligibility criteria and is one that is the cause of significant dispute. Perhaps more than any other area, it requires NDIS employees to consider and understand complex medical information, treatment choices, things of that nature. And the vast majority of the people making those decisions don't have any medical training. They frequently get it wrong, frequently. And the problem with this is it leaves an applicant at the mercy of the internal review and external appeals process, which comes with its own difficulties. So while we support any attempts to increase clarity around the permanency criteria, we don't believe the legislation provides it for the reasons that we've set out in our submission. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on this bill. To begin with, I want to be clear that PIAC is generally supportive of a number of the proposed changes, especially where those are implementing the Tune Review recommendations. In support of what Dr. Donovan said, that the bones of a good bill are there. But we have concerns where the bill proposes to grant rulemaking powers over matters that should instead be in the primary legislation. Concerns about the overuse of delegated legislation are not new and not unique to the NDIS. The Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation raised concerns about this overuse only 2 years ago. Delegated legislation should only be used for technical or administrative matters, not for significant aspects of lawmaking. Broadly, we have two concerns about the use of delegated legislation in this bill. The first is proposed section 27, subsection 2 and 3. This provides that the rules can specify requirements that must be satisfied for impairments to be considered permanent. This allows the rules to set eligibility requirements that must be met for access to the NDIS. That is, if you fail to meet the requirements in the rules, you won't be able to access the NDIS. These eligibility questions are a significant matter of policy and affect the rights of individuals. They should be introduced in the Act and not in the rules. The second is proposed section 47A and the powers of the CEO to vary plans on their own initiative, as my colleagues have already mentioned. We welcome indications from departments and the government that the intention is to restrict these powers in the rules to limited circumstances recommended in the Tune Review, but we consider these limits should be put into the Act and not in the rules. Again, restrictions on the CEO's power are fundamental questions of policy and affect people's rights. Participants need certainty that their access to the scheme and their plans are not changed at the whim of the CEO. Fixing these aspects will provide clearly defined limits on the CEO and the Minister's powers and will go some way to rebuilding participant trust and confidence in the NDIA. Our submission also addresses a number of more specific recommendations, which I'm happy to discuss in more detail as we go through this hearing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for those statements. And we'll now start some questions with Senator Steele-John, provided we can hear him.
Thanks, Chair. And just to let witnesses and yourself know, my camera has now popped out, so I'm still with you, just completely audio. Can I just check that you can hear me, or is there a lag on that?
We can hear you and you're doing very well. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. All right, well, first to Mr. Donovan, I'd take you to, I think it's page 7 of your submission, where you go into more detail in relation to the CEO's variation power. I'll just give you a second to pull that relevant page up. Got it? So you talk in that part of in the bottom half of your submission, you step out very clearly your recommendation that, first of all, when it comes to the beginning of what you describe as the variation process, there should be, I think you intended to say that there should be a form of participant consent for the initiation of the process, and you step out the difference between what the agency does now and what you describe as a line item review, and the potential risk of that. You say that an own motion variation process should only commence with the consent of a participant or their nominee, except in cases of urgency and risk where it is otherwise not practicable. Can you explain a little bit more, for the benefit of the committee, what you mean by the differentiation you are making between what the agency can do now and a line item review power, and why consent of the participant or the nominee to begin the process is important to you?
So, again, I was trying to respond to the minister, and I really enjoy the fact that the minister does give reasons and invite engagement. I want to absolutely say that. And in estimates, the minister asked, why do we have a reassessment power? Why can't I clone the reassessment power and have a variation power? And that was my effort to explain why the two are different. A variation is like a line item review. When it's benefiting a participant, it can be quite an economical intervention when the participant invites it via request. The tune list, and it literally is a list, and PIAC have been much more disciplined than me and put it into their submission. The tune list is all about identifying what one disability advocate called the Thunderbirds are go situations yesterday, which I thought was brilliant, which is basically situations when the CEO-owned initiative should be limited to situations where we need to rush support to someone, to what those Friday night mobile phone calls that do happen in the scheme. Those situations are where my submission, like, that's where I see a role for an own motion variation power. Outside of that, we need to guard against bureaucracy. The important bit of the NDIS is getting the services, getting that improvement. I don't want participants receiving letters unexpectedly saying, hey, we have this variation we want to do. And that episodic fear is, that's what we want to rule out. We want to work to rule that out, because we need, in this scheme, even though I'm obsessed with the rules, we do need to get off the rules. We need to get into the delivery. And for me, we need to set these plans in place, work on making planning better. Planning is all about centralizing the bureaucracy and letting people alone to do the important bit. An own motion variation power allows the CEO to say, I'm going after this bit. It's not going to be a full reassessment where I would have to order things like a plan, where there'd be all sorts of moving parts and lots of resourcing. I can just target. Now, again, all of us are saying, the EM says we don't want, the EM says we're trying to stick to tune. Let's stick to tune. Primacy of consent, and then the Thunderbirds are go moments, which is a funny way of describing, those more limited situations.
And you say also in the last paragraph of page 7, and I'll quote directly, you say, participants deserve a right to consent before the agency affects to undertake a selective line item review of an individual support or plan element out of cycle with the scheduled review in a context where it won't commit to a reassessment. Yes, sorry, that's the end of the sentence. So just so that I understand clearly, you see a line item review as conceptually and materially different than the general power to initiate a full plan review currently granted to the CEO. Yeah.
Yes, I do. And again, I totally respect the minister, wanting to talk about Section 48 and needing, wanting to have engagement around this. But I feel that they are different. I think, I mean, it's like President Reagan. I mean, this was an issue around budgets. Do you deal with a budget as a whole, or do you split apart and start fragmenting it? Let's consolidate. We have to work on planning. Let's consolidate and focus on that.
And can I ask you further in relation to 27? You raise, section 27, you raise some points around, and I think Mr. Ballantyne just did as well, around the critical difference between what currently exists around circumstances and criteria through to requirements and that shift and what that may mean tangibly for participants. So I'll be interested in your view on that, Mr. Donovan, and also from a legal perspective, Mr. Ballantyne, what impact do you see that might have on the people that you often represent?
So it's obviously extremely legalese, right? But when you say up to this, you've had the ability to make criteria to guide an evaluation of whether the person has substantially reduced capacity. So what that means is, here are criteria, things to keep in mind, values to have when you look at the whole person. When in section 27, when we say we now can make requirements before you can reach substantially reduced capacity, that means by delegated legislation, you can insert evidential thresholds, you can insert only if you show this will you be found to have substantially reduced capacity. It's far more prescriptive. Now, in good faith now, like in terms of, in my submission, I didn't go into hypotheticals. You know, I want to focus on people. I don't want to exhaust people with hypotheticals. It is an expansive power. You know, it will involve, you know, when those rules are really shrinking the definition. And I gave 2 case studies around psychosocial, but also around the definition of substantially reduced capacity. And I tried to show how by rule, we are getting a much narrower analysis potentially. Now the rules are just proposals, we're all working on them.
And that is to say that the rules have not been provided to the community or the committee, indeed apparently written yet. And that seems to be one of the issues you are also raising, is that a lot of this is based on give us the power, then we'll make the rules, and trust us, they'll be okay. Is that your perception of what a lot of these processes are shaping up like in practice?
I'm concerned about, I mean, they gave us some draft rules, and one thing that everyone on the committee will have noticed is you see the disability sector, particularly the psychosocial sector, there's lots of submissions that say, what does this phrase mean? What does this phrase mean? And the rules we received were very much just placeholders for agent discretion. I don't necessarily need a lot of work. And in some ways, what I try and say in the submission is the rules that were put forward to me show why we need to do more in the bill. Okay, you scaffold good decision making. You scaffold through acts down into delegated legislation and then into putting it into operation. At the moment, we're bottom heavy. And we need to come out of that, because that's what consistency that everyone wants to address.
And Mr. Ballantyne?
Mr. Ballantyne, you're on mute.
2 years into this and I'm still making that mistake. I think Dr. O'Donovan did quite a good job of describing the practical ramifications of this. And the word he used was the risk. We described it as a risk of becoming too prescriptive, and I think that's exactly the point to make. With the rules, the worst case scenario is that they contain a set of very prescriptive criteria that people have to meet to be considered to have substantially reduced functional capacity. Hypothetically, if you really wanted to think about the worst case scenario, the rules contain a prescriptive list of conditions or disabilities that you must have to meet the definition of substantially reduced functional capacity. And that is, frankly, and would be an inappropriate outcome. I think most of us would agree. On a more practical level, when we look at the decisions that we see coming through from planners or the people inside the agency who are assessing the eligibility criteria or the substantially reduced functional capacity requirement, unfortunately, as I alluded to in my opening statements, they get it wrong. And if you have a very prescriptive set of formula, you actually you arguably reduce the ability of people to then challenge those decisions. The ability of the AAT to overturn a decision becomes could be reduced, and so you're really narrowing the ability of people to potentially enter the scheme, but you're also actually narrowing the ability of people to challenge decisions, challenge poor decision making, because the underlying rules become so prescriptive. So there's less nuance, there's less interpretation, and I mean, there might be more certainty ultimately, but it might be a significantly reduced cohort of people who meet the criteria.
Finally, to all three of you, in subsequent submissions made to the commission, to the inquiry, or rather to the committee, I should say, it's been put to us that taken together, these vagaries in the bill or sections of the bill constitute a significant granting of discretional power to the Commonwealth to enable them to potentially tighten access criteria and take an increased role in setting particular or striking out certain supports or levels of support. Do you agree with those concerns? Does this, in your view, constitute a granting of significant power to the government and the minister and the CEO over the NDIS?
Well, I might jump in first. I think certainly there's the potential for that to be true. I think that's the most cynical interpretation of it. But the reality is, if the power is there, we might all go into this with the best intentions. The explanatory memorandum might express the best intentions, but once the power is there to make rules, for a CEO to make decisions, there's no guarantee that those intentions will influence future decisions. So certainly I'd agree that the potential that these changes potentially grant that kind of power.
Mr. O'Donovan, would you agree with that assessment?
I think I'm a little bit concerned about the rules that were put forward. There's all kinds of, I could spend hours on them. And the scary thing about the changes, we won't have hours in Parliament. We will be tied to disallowance, where we have limited sitting days, where the rights of each member in this place are a little bit more diluted. And I think that when we're at our best in the NDIS is when we're working together, when we're led and sharing all our resources. And for me, the power, it's a very significant power to impose requirements. It cuts across legislation passed in 2013. And I'm afraid in the rules that are being passed, there's just this pushing things onto the agency. There's this, do you have all you need, NDIA? Go and make it work. And the powers that the agency have are just too big. We need to give a stronger lead to the agency. And this requirement power it's pushing things down out into spaces where people with disability have historically been excluded and lost.
And so your advice to us as a committee seems to be, at the very least, put rules, put guide rails into the bill itself, into the act itself, and take more time in the drafting of this legislation, see the rules first. And if that means that we deal with this legislation or parts of this legislation in the new year rather than in the next coming 2 weeks, it seems to me that would be the course of action that you would be advising us to take. And I'm conscious that Mr. Wong hasn't had the chance to speak yet, so please come in on that point if you'd like to, Chadwick.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I agree with the statement you just put. I think that ultimately the point is this. The government and the minister have expressed that the intention of these changes are to be beneficial and it's to be used in certain limited ways. I certainly don't doubt the good faith of the government and the minister in making those comments, but there are easy ways to implement those intentions into the Act. And I think if we did that, I don't think we would really need to be here today. The issue is that the bill doesn't reflect the intentions that we say that are said to be in the explanatory memorandum, and there's really no limited ways to hold the government to account to those intentions.
Thank you.
Senator Green.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I certainly just want to well, first of all, say that I'm a member of both the Human Rights Committee and also the Delegated Legislation Committee. So declare that interest, but also that we have seen throughout, particularly this term of Parliament, a lot of really substantial decision making being referred into delegated legislation and rules, not just in the NJS space, but in lots of different areas. And so, Mr. Wong, I agree with you that this seems to be an occurring problem, whether it's from executive or from the public service. There's something that is certainly something that's happening there. Just on the CEO powers, I think my colleague Senator Steele-John has covered off, I guess, the issue there. But the Minister Reynolds characterised the addition of the 47A power as nothing to see here, and that the variation power is replicating what already exists. I know we've kind of covered this, but can I just get that very clearly understood? Do you agree with that statement, or is this something different than it is what already is available? Maybe Mr. Valentine, if you wanted to address that.
I'm happy to. I did think Dr. O'Donovan really covered this in some detail, but I wouldn't agree that it's the same. This power, at its worst, would give the CEO the ability to decide that they want to remove a particular support from a particular participant's plan. That is the worst case scenario, and I don't believe that power currently exists in any form in the legislation or the rules.
And as I understand it, there's also the ability under the new section to for an NDIA participant to be referred through a variation, well, put through a variation, but then also referred through to a full plan review and assessment. Again, I know we've gone through this, but that seems to be one of the big differences as well, is that there could be a full review assessment through this new power. Mr. Donovan, I know you mentioned that before, but I wanted to really understand, because I think we may get some different evidence from officials later on today. So I wanted to make that clear. So is that is potentially the power as well, that someone could have go through a variation but be referred to a full plan review and reassessment process?
Yeah, I think there are multiple submissions asking for that to be removed. And the reason is because, people ask, they put a question to the agency, which will be, this isn't working for me. For this plan to work, when I meet you again, I'll be in a better place if you vary it for me. Mm-hmm. And for a person to ask that really specific question and then get diverted into a very monolithic, intense, distracting, which is what the bureaucracy has been and what we're trying to get away from, process of getting buried into a reassessment, I don't want to load down people's choices with that type of adverse consequence. Let's not have a cascade effect where because you ask for one thing, it's all spilled. Let's take that off the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just on the issue around fluctuating and episodic impairments, that's something that's come up in a lot of submissions, and it is one that has concerned people a lot. With the new so this is section 24.3 and 25.1a, I think is where there's some changes there and some amendments. I'm concerned about the implication that there may not be permanency for those fluctuating and episodic impairments. Do you think it'd be possible for an NDIS planner to interpret those sections in a way that leads to a reduction in access for a non-psychosocial fluctuating condition? And I'll give some context to the question. We know that the CEO is getting some additional powers, but some of the complaints we do get is just about the way planners interpret legislation and the way that planners are using, certain types of wording to limit plans. I'm sure there's really good planners out there, but I'm sure there's some people where this might actually have a detrimental impact for those fluctuating and episodic impairments.
I guess we dealt with this in our submission to some degree, so perhaps I'll jump in. But I think part of the problem here is this is already an issue under the current rules. And I know there's been some sort of reference and attempts made to sort of clarify that fluctuating conditions can meet the permanency criteria, but in practice, you've alluded to it already, Senator. The wording gives significant discretion to a planner to sort of work out what they think is a permanent impairment or symptom. And the legislation as it currently exists absolutely allows planners to decide that a fluctuating condition isn't permanent, even though the current potentially temporary exacerbation of the symptoms, if you think about multiple sclerosis as an example, that the condition is permanent. Those attacks will continue. They'll become more frequent. The person's condition will deteriorate. But certainly, it is arguably a valid decision at this point in time for a planner to say this isn't permanent. Sorry, the way I should frame it is to say your current symptoms, which are the ones that satisfy the substantially reduced functional capacity requirement, and not permanent. But the outcome of that, of course, is that someone with a permanent degenerative illness is not on the NDIS until their condition progresses to a point where the symptoms are semi-permanent or the attacks are more frequent or whatever it is. And then in the worst case, that person's past 65, which is often the case with these conditions. So I'm not sure that the changes make the situation any worse because it's already bad, I think, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Is there any way, maybe, I don't know if anyone's put any thought into this, but how we could expand or amend the provisions in relation to fluctuating conditions, particularly these two sections that are being changed, so that there's no confusion for planners, because that's the real concern that we have.
Senator, I might jump in. This is a concern that we raised in our submission, and from a legal drafting perspective, the issue is this. When it comes to conditions which are either episodic or fluctuating or vary in intensity, is the current wording in the scheme, there are different rules that apply depending on whether you have a psychosocial disability or a non-psychosocial disability. So the wording vary in intensity is used to clarify that an impairment may be permanent, even if it varies in intensity, and that applies for any disability, regardless of whether it's psychosocial or non-psychosocial. So it covers all disabilities. Episodic or fluctuating has been inserted to clarify the position as it pertains to psychosocial disability, which is an important clarification. But the fact that it doesn't apply to non-psychosocial disability specifically implies that there is a difference between vary in intensity on one hand and episodic or fluctuating on the other hand. The implication there, because there's a gap for non-psychosocial disabilities when it comes to episodic or fluctuating, the gap suggests that people with those impairments, like multiple sclerosis or muscular dystrophy, I think is another one, that's not captured by episodic or fluctuating. And the explanatory memorandum says that that's not the intention. But the problem, as you say, Senator, very rightly, is that this is going to come down to the interpretation of individual delegates on the ground, planners. That's going to be presumably challenged at some point at the AAT, where you're going to get inconsistent planning decisions. And that question is going to be resolved by the AAT or potentially the court. If the intention is that this shouldn't be different between psychosocial and non-psychosocial disability, then it's quite an easy fix in the legislation. All you need to do is to either clarify that episodic or fluctuating applies to all disabilities, or if you want to make psychosocial disability a standalone point and to make that very clear, and I know colleagues in the mental health space are very keen to ensure that psychosocial disability is specifically mentioned, then you can include, paragraph A, psychosocial disability, paragraph B, non-psychosocial disability, and that covers off the point.
Oh, thank you. I think that's very helpful. Chair, I've got other questions, but I know we are running out of time and you've got a few of your own. So I'm happy to leave it there and maybe even put some on notice if we can.
Excellent. No, that's fine. Thank you. And Senator Steele-John just had one question he missed earlier, so I'll go to him first and then I'll ask a couple.
Yeah, look, it's kind of a two-parter. One is I'm aware that I can even hear the agency and the minister's response to some of the concerns that we've raised around Section 47A and the potential for the removal of the force. We'll hear later that we have forgotten to mention that all variations are made in accordance with Section 34, and they'll say that we have further forgotten to mention that all variations will take place with the participation of the participant, will be created in consultation with the participant. So could you give us your view on whether there is actually anything in Section 34 that means that the decision would not be able to result in the removal of support, and whether, in your view, the word participation or a preparation, rather, it will be prepared with the participant, actually constitutes anything other, guarantees anything other than actually being informed. And secondly, Mr. Donovan, you referenced Section 44, I think in relation to the section of the Act which gives the ability of the CEO to take away someone's ability to self-manage their plan if it is deemed to be an unacceptable risk to the participant. And you flagged the vagaries around what is an unacceptable risk. So if you could also just briefly mention those.
Yeah, I mean, I worked really hard. I mean, I hope the agency don't think that I didn't include those points in my submission. I worked hard to include them because if you can see, I sort of distinguish between starting the process on a person without their consent, and then the separate issue of what actually happens after the variation starts rolling. Now, in relation to Section 34, what do we know about reasonable and necessary? Well, the federal court tells us it's a very broad, very unstable, evaluative power. We know that planners are really inconsistent. So when, I welcome the commitment, I think it actually didn't need to be said. There's a commitment there that if we vary your plan, it will be reasonable and necessary. But reasonable and necessary is something we have to work on, okay? And the other thing that I find quite upsetting is it's all like when the person is in the variation space, we had a bit of a exchange in estimates, if it was a bit of a fiery exchange in the committee. We won't go back there. But if you remember, there was a family who were trying to get something changed, and they were 2 months trying to get the assessment into the hands of the agency. So sometimes working with the participant is utterly exhausting. And even when we get that sort of thing, so I just think the whole thing let's not arrive at those type of variations. When it comes to variations, let's listen to participants. Let's let them drive variations outside the emergency situations in tune. I would say that if we keep it loose, you can have the live updating of support plan lines based on the current understanding of reasonable and necessary. And we know that that can include a more straightened or reduced funding envelope for the person. In relation to plan management, can I say that I'd like to thank people with disability who reached out and asked me to speak to this, because sometimes as lawyers, we obsess over access, we obsess over support. And I had a clear message from people with disability that they wanted to hear a legal take on plan management rules. It's a good point for me to sign off on, right? Because with section 44, it says we can change the plan management arrangements if there is an unreasonable risk. We will get to it in the rules. Okay? Now, that is the dynamic. Skeleton bill, vague rules, unhealthy power, right? My little bumper sticker. That could be improved if the agency more clearly signaled to participants what they see as unreasonable risk in the draft. Just give it a bit more anchoring. And can I say, as a technical legal expert, we can do so much better with the drafting than this. Let's stop. I mean, let's stop creating what we call subjective jurisdictional facts, technical term. It's just, I can see the techniques, and they're techniques designed to generate flexibility rather than certainty. If we shift into telling participants clearly, here's a power, here's the situation it's going to be used, here's the purpose it's going to be used for, here's the standard of proof we're going to apply to ourselves before using it. We could achieve so much, and it would be a good methodology, whatever choices any politicians are making. And with section 44, improve the draft, put in a marker of what you think risk is, tie it a little bit more, because I got a message from people living this that they're a little bit worried about the openness of it.
Absolutely.
Could I just build on that for a moment, particularly with respect to the reasonable and necessary aspect of it? Senator, in my experience, what the agency thinks is reasonable and necessary is very different from what the AAT and then the federal court thinks is reasonable and necessary. So I don't think that putting reference in there, I mean, I'm glad that there is some reference to the CEO having to have regard to it in exercising the power, so it's not lost as an anchor, but it doesn't ensure correct decision making by any stretch. And Dr. O'Donovan clearly articulated the uncertainty in it. And if we look at other insurance schemes, for example, the TAC in Victoria, we've got now decades of decisions about what reasonable and necessary means to inform future decision makers. We don't have that in the NDIS. So this power is actually being introduced at a time of maximum uncertainty about what reasonable and necessary means. And that obviously just exponentially increases the risk that it can be used in inappropriate or incorrect ways.
Thank you.
Senator, if I could just make a small additional point, building on my colleague's comments. Just your question about preparation of plan variations with the participant and falling short of consent. They're all obviously the participant rights issues that Dr. O'Donovan has talked about. But one point I just add is that is the administrative inefficiency of this process, because this is a power that's intended, as the Minister said, to be beneficial to participants. If a participant doesn't agree with a proposed plan variation, their course of action is to seek an internal review and an external review. That creates a new pathway of review in addition to what we've already got, which comes with it the attendant administrative burden, not just for the participant, but for the agency. And I think that's not something that's really been addressed, but it's a very unnecessary additional administrative burden, especially in circumstances where you've got Section 48, where the CEO is still able to vary or reassess plans without the participant consent. So you're adding administrative burden, I think, for not a very good reason.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. I just wanted, I think Mr. Wong, you just actually touched on my question, because at the moment the CEU may, at his own initiative or their own initiative, conduct a review of a participant's plan at any time. My understanding is that this amendment is more about changing it so that the terminology actually changes it from a review to a reassessment for those minor changes that are proposed. And so I think you've just answered my question there already, that there already is in the Act an opportunity for the CEO to conduct a review at any time, but it's just limiting it from doing a full plan review to actually making the amendment rather than the whole new plan. So did anybody want to comment on that, although you've just really answered it?
Chair, if I could just clarify, that's not quite what I mean. To take a step back a bit, Section 48 currently allows the CEO to vary plans, or the wording is review plans, as he or she wishes. The proposed amendments to Section 48 in terms of reassessment is basically the same as the current Section 48. There are some specific technical differences, but for current purposes, it's essentially the same. Section 47A is a new power. Section 47A doesn't currently exist in any form. The way in which the agency does these sorts of light touch reviews is kind of not really within the legislation. This is a new power, so I want to make that clear. That the agency is saying it's the same thing, but it really isn't. It's not something that currently exists, and it's building a new review power in circumstances which extend beyond the reason why Mr. Tune recommended this power in his review. So I just wanted to make that clear. It's not the same thing, and it is a new power.
Did anyone else want to comment on that?
I guess, I mean, I wanted to acknowledge the minister was, you know, like, as an administrative lawyer, my job is basically to keep government departments out of the cookie jar of discretion and have them eating their legislative greens. And I do want to reassure the minister that, you know, I think there were some tweets yesterday where she was highlighting, hang on, there's an unencumbered power to review a plan, to do a full reassessment. And I've tried to share the reasons why they differ fundamentally. I do think that one of the reasons why reassessments haven't been as big an issue up to now is because of the annual cycle of plans. So we haven't thought about Section 48 very much. And the agency guidelines are like basically situations where we'll reassess a plan include, which sort of melts my admin lawyer brain, but it's pretty unencumbered. And I think in some ways we didn't have a normal conversation about the Tune review, because we all dived into independent assessments. We all have a bit of Tune lag. And I'm hearing from people with Disability Australia that they would like a conversation about Section 48, that they would like to have a conversation about, you know, how Section 48 can, you know, be best used. But at no point have any of us denied the existence of Section 48. But what we're trying to say is this is a different power. This is something that I describe it as unannounced, episodic, split out, bureaucratic interactions with the NDIA. A reassessment is some things, you know, we'll look at you as a whole person, we'll do the whole thing, and we hopefully will do it right. And that's a very different power.
All right. Mr. Ballantyne, did you want to make a comment? Or...
Oh, no, I don't think I can add anything to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. On that note then, well, thank you very much to each of you for making yourselves available today and for your evidence that you've provided. I think Senator Green may provide some questions on notice as well, and if Senator Steele-John wishes to as well. The committee will be reporting to the Senate on the 25th of November, so any answers to questions on notice should be provided to the Secretariat by the close of business on the 17th of November, if possible. So thank you very much, gentlemen, and we'll look forward to talking to you again at another time. Thanks. So I think we have all of our next witnesses online or in the room. So I now welcome representatives from the National Ethnic Disability Alliance, the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations and the First Peoples Disability Network. Thank you for appearing before the committee today, and apologies we're running a few minutes late. So I'm Wendy Askew, Chair of the committee, and I have with me Senators Green and Steele-John, both joining by video conference. Before we begin, can I ask each of you to please state your name and the capacity in which you are appearing for the benefit of Hansard, and we'll work through my list. So National Ethnic Disability Alliance, please.
Good morning, Senator. My name is Blanca Ramirez. I'm the Senior Research and Policy Officer at the National Ethnic Disability Alliance.
Thank you. AFDO. We got. Sorry, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Sorry, Patrick was here as well, but my name's Ellen Skladzy and I'm CEO of Down Syndrome Australia, and I'll be one of the people representing AFDO as well.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator. My name is Mary Henley Colopy, and I'm the expert consultant on NDIS with the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations, AFDO. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McGee. Mr. McGee there, yes. Mr. McGee?
Thank you, Senator. Sorry, some technical difficulties there.
Okay, we all have them.
My name is Patrick McGee. I'm the National Manager, Advocacy and Research with the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations.
Thank you. And the First Peoples Disability Network.
Damien Griffiths, CEO of the First Peoples Disability Network. Thank you.
Thank you very much for doing that. So now I invite each of your organisations to make a brief opening statement, and should you wish to, and after that I'll invite my colleagues to ask some questions. So we'll start in the same order if we like. So National Ethnic Disability Alliance.
Thank you for providing this opportunity to give evidence today. As a national peak body representing people with disability from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, or CALD, we're extremely concerned about the impact of the legislation and the fact that the timeframe to provide responses did not provide reassurance about the intent of the legislation. NIDA notes that the widespread concerns from other disabled people organizations during this limited consultation period was listened to by Minister Reynolds, and some minor revisions were incorporated into the PSG bill that was introduced to Parliament on the 20th of October. However, the associated rules introduced as part of the PSG bills were not made publicly available. Without transparency, we cannot be certain our concerns have been properly addressed. I take this opportunity to briefly highlight some of NIDA's main concerns with the PSG bill. First and foremost, as you have previously just heard, and you'll most likely hear after me, we are deeply concerned about the proposed power of the CEO to vary a participant's plan on their own initiative under Section 47A, subsection 2. Through a letter received from Minister Reynolds to the disability representative organizations that we received yesterday, and the accompanying explanatory memo to Parliament, it's been explained that this power is meant to be a benefit to participants and lessen the administrative burden of making minor changes to an NDIS plan. And we do acknowledge that the final draft did contain a line that each variation must be prepared with the participant, but the Act itself does not set out limitations to the CEO's power. The final draft of the PSG bill also includes a requirement to apply NDIS rules when varying a plan, and as stated before, without knowing what those rules are, NIDA is very concerned that these rules can be changed with minimal state and territory oversight. We do also note that a participant who does not agree to the variation would have to go through the internal review and external merits review process. If the true purpose of the proposed Section 47A amendment was to reduce administrative burden, this power was contradictory to that overall intent by making participants go through a review process for minor changes. We know that the review process is extremely burdensome, and this is exponentially compounded for CALD participants, particularly from new and emerging communities who experience disadvantages due to the nexus of belonging to at least two stigmatized groups. And to my second point, NIDA welcomes the amendments in clarifying the AAT's jurisdiction. However, one minor technical issue that was prolonging people's applications in the AAT was not addressed in this PSG bill. And that issue concerns the AET's power to hear supports that were not put to the internal review delegate. After several differing AET decisions and after the exposure draft was made available for consultation, the federal court did hand down a decision that clarified the AET's jurisdiction did extend to supports that should have been included in an NDS plan. Although it seems that this technical issue has been settled by the federal court, this highlights the extreme complexities that even highly legally trained tribunal members are faced with during the review process. And this is exacerbated in the CULT community as they are disadvantaged due to a lack of self-advocacy skills that is required during the review process. I would lastly like to highlight that the PSG bill could have been an opportunity to assuage the breach of trust felt by the community when the NDIS introduced the independent assessments that was ultimately scrapped after widespread criticism. By the limited time frame to provide feedback and engage in meaningful consultation with the NDIA, this only furthers the distrust many have felt when decisions are being made without them. The evidence shows that CULT people with disability experience significant discrimination and compounding barriers to rights. NIDA has been concerned for quite some time that the NDIS is deviating from the central pillars that underpin the NDIS, which is informed by the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability. This consultation period presents a limited opportunity for the government and the disability community to rebuild a better NDIS for all Australians. However, there's more room for improvement to ensure CULT people with disability and the representative organizations are generally working in partnership to drive NDIS agenda and outcomes. I look forward to a thorough inquiry into the PSG bill, and thank you again for the opportunity to participate.
Thank you very much. We'll go to AFDO next. Who's going to do that? You're on mute, Mr. McGee.
We would be happy if FPDN would like to go next.
Okay, Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on proposed National Disability Insurance Scheme legislative improvements and the Participant Service Guarantee. FPDN is pleased that this legislation does not contain measures to implement independent assessments. FPDN is concerned about the limited time frame for consideration of these proposals and the complexity of the legislation and the accompanying documentation. There has been insufficient time to consult fully with our community. In light of the short time frame, we endorse the submission and recommendations from the Public Interest Advocacy Centre. FPDN is disappointed that the NDIA and the Australian government did not take this opportunity to significantly address the inequalities in accessing and using NDIS supports for First Peoples with disability. There are a number of concrete and actionable proposals that FPDN has developed through our working community over a number of years. We welcome the commitment to co-design by the NDIA going forward, but again reiterate our long-standing call for a First Nations Advisory Committee to provide the NDIA with expertise about the impact of the NDIS on First Nations people with disability. FPDN welcomes the commitment to improving the time frame for accessing supports through the NDIS and for implementing plans through the Participant Service Guarantee, but FPDN cautions about possible consequences for quality of plans that may arise due to staff needing to meet these new timeframes without an increase in resources. We believe that the planning function of the NDIS needs to be the job of well-trained and resource planners, not local area coordinators, and urge the NDIA to develop this further as part of the implementation of the Participant Service Guarantee. It is not clear what impact the Participant Service Guarantee will have on existing issues with remote service delivery for First Peoples with disability. The latest NDIS quarterly report notes that the NDIA will develop a position statement on remote service delivery in 2021-22 to further enhance the NDIS experience and outcomes for people living with disability in remote Australia. It will be important to clarify how this will work with the proposed Participant Service Guarantee. Neither the legislation nor the explanatory memorandum make clear how the participant service guarantee will work in areas where there is already little choice among services, such as remote areas. Increased pressure to quickly resolve access and planning may have a negative impact on multiple marginalised people with disability, such as first people with disability, particularly in rural remote areas. While we welcome the increased time to provide information reports for access requests, this still does not address the considerable barriers that people with disability experience in rural remote Australia. First people with disability also do not have equal or sufficient access to independent, culturally appropriate advocacy in rural remote areas to assist with the navigation of the NDIS system. We urge the NDIA to work with the Department of Social Services to increase resources for independent disability advocacy run by First Peoples with Disability. We welcome the oversight and reporting by the Commonwealth Ombudsman and request that there is a specific reporting on the impacts of the participant service guarantee for all First Peoples with Disability using the NDIS, and that this reporting is developed in consultation with FPDN. The introduction of reassessment for plans is a good start, but amidst the long-standing call from people with disability for draft plans to be made available. This was also recommended in the Tune Review as a way of reducing reviews of plans to fix minor errors. The Tune Review specifically recommended that this legislation include participants being empowered to receive a full draft plan before it is approved by the NDIA. We recommend this section is amended to allow for draft plans. FPDN holds concerns throughout this section at the increase in the powers of the CEO in regard to variation, reassessment and reviews of plans for people with disability. It is not clear why this is necessary, what it has to do with improving the scheme, or how this will be implemented. This is more power than the Tune Review recommended, and we believe it is unnecessary. We urge significant review of this section and re-evaluation of these parts of the legislation in line with the specific recommendations in PAC submission. And just to finish, FPDN supports the introduction of language about psychosocial disability and the clarification about episodic disability being permanent. This needs to apply across a variety of disability types, such as fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, that have an episodic presentation and require significant support. For many First Peoples with disability, particularly in rural and remote areas, they have limited access to registered providers for support. So any further restriction on using unregistered providers of support for plan managed people with disability needs further investigation to monitor the impact on First Peoples with disability in their communities. FPDN is also concerned about the impact of a further move towards a digital first approach that requires the use of smartphone with internet access. Again, for First People with disability in rural remote areas, this is not a viable option. Limiting payments to only being available by an app will significantly disadvantage First Peoples with disability. The additional surveillance proposed by the agency also needs careful consideration about the impact on First Peoples with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. McGee, are you doing your opening statement? You're on mute.
We would just like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we stand. I'm talking to you from Wurundjeri country, of the people of the Kulin Nation, and we pay our respects to elders past and present. I'd just quickly like to endorse the statements being made by our colleagues from NEDA and from First Peoples Disability Network, and also just highlight the expertise of Chadwick Wong from PAC and Darren O'Donovan. They have been really valuable in their support of the sector. I'm going to introduce now Mary Henley Colopi and Ellen Skladzian, who'll be making our opening statements.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Mary Henley Colopi, and I am the expert consultant for the NDIS with the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations AFTO. I am a person with a significant disability and an NDIS participant. It remains very important that those proposing changes to the NDIS, such as those proposed here, remember that for many, the lived experience of disability can be often harsh and relentless. The NDIS has the very real potential to provide a more positive experience of life. This is the power of the scheme. Ensuring people with disability can choose the life they wish to live needs to be what frames and drives legislative and administrative changes. I also remind the agency that language of legislation can often be very different to the language of the day-to-day lived experience of disability. When the proposed bill, section 47A, states clearly that the CEO, who's never met me, can vary my plan at any time and without notice, I instantly become panicked and fearful. Remembering my history of living with a disability, with its uncertainty and insecurity. What services could I lose? How many of my support hours could be taken away from me? Who will do my washing, hang and return the clothes to my wardrobe? How often will my bed linen be changed? Who will assist with my grocery shopping and meal preparation? I immediately question when, not if, I will require permanent care in an aged care facility. I have no desire to leave my home, my beloved pets, my friendship circle, interesting the order that I put that in, and my independence that I have fought so very hard to maintain. This may very well be forced on me if I lose support hours and other vital assistance. As a person with a disability, it is important that my life be told by me. While other people within my circles may have their thoughts and feelings about my experiences, they are in fact only interpretations of my experiences made within their life contexts. It is for this reason that I alone and other people with disability must speak for myself, ourselves, in public discussions. This is why the NDIS board needs to be at least 50% of its membership made up of people with a disability. If the NDIS is truly intended to provide me, as a person with a disability, with greater flexibility, choice, control of my life, and improved access to my community and daily living supports, why then am I not present, or indeed other people with disability present at the boardroom table? AFTO would really like to support this bill, and I encourage the committee to make sure that the proposed changes are aligned with the Tune Review. This would ensure AFTO support of the bill. But as a person with a disability, an NDIS participant, and the AFTO expert consultant, I am troubled by the absence of the rules at this point in the legislative process. I am worried that this makes it easier for what should be put in the Act to be put in the rules. I am troubled by the drift towards administrative and legislative efficiencies that shift the power that I have to shape and choose the supports that may make my dreams and aspirations a reality. Instead, allowing others to make these decisions about me, and even worse, to do it without my consent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. I'm Ellen Skladzy and I'm CEO of Down Syndrome Australia, and I'll give the second part from AFDO. I want to endorse all of the very insightful comments made by my colleagues. I'm going to focus on a particular change that's being proposed in the legislation. If we go back, one of the fundamental founding principles of the NDIS is giving participants choice and control over the services and supports that they use. The proposed changes to plan management in the legislation put this essential principle at risk. These changes would require the same level of risk assessment for participants who are plan managed as is currently implemented for those who are self-managed. And when the agency is assessing risk for self-management, they look at things like how do you do managing your money, if you're vulnerable to scams, or if someone might be able to pressure you into doing something. And this makes sense when you're responsible for looking after the invoices, the payments, the paperwork. And as a result, disability groups such as people with intellectual disability, people with other neurological conditions, have the lowest levels of self-management. But this level of risk management or assessment doesn't make sense when you're relying on a third party who is an NDIS registered provider to support you in the management of your plan. Many people with intellectual disability, the majority of people with intellectual disability on the scheme, rely on plan management. This gives them assistance in managing their plan, but also allows them to have that choice, control, and flexibility about how they use their funds. Under the proposed legislation, participants who don't meet the risk benchmark would no longer have the option to use an unregistered provider. For someone who's not used the NDIS, this might not seem like a big change or a big problem, but for people with disability, it is huge. Many services and supports that people with disabilities access are from unregistered providers. And just as an example, it's almost impossible to access psychology services from an NDIS registered provider in any kind of timely way. For others, they wouldn't be able to access supports that met their needs or were available in their local area. For others, using unregistered providers enables them to get better service for money and allows them to stretch those NDIS dollars further. And I can't help but ask, why are we making this dramatic change in the legislation? Have we seen some major history of fraud from participants who are using plan managers? The answer is no. And the NDIA hasn't provided any evidence around the need for this change. If the legislation goes ahead as proposed, it's going to have a profound negative impact on participants with intellectual disability, as well as other participants. People will lose access to essential services and supports, which have a really big impact on their lives. Without access to the right supports, people with intellectual disability won't be able to access the community and participate. And without access to services like psychology early on, people will need more support later on at greater cost. To me, this doesn't seem like an improvement. It won't benefit people with intellectual disability or the Australian community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Senator Green with some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, a lot of what I'm going to ask has been covered by those opening statements. So I'll try to go through some of the things I think it's really important to get on record. Thank you for your submissions and contributions. The Minister has stated that the wording of Section 47A in regards to the CEO's powers matches the language in existing Section 48 and should therefore not be a cause of concern. Do you think that a variation and reassessment should be treated the same under the Act? And what do you say to the minister's response that these powers already exist in the legislation.
Who would like to go first? I'm happy to just speak if that's okay, Dan.
Thank you.
And Blanca. So I think there's been a sort of a misunderstanding between people who are, crafting legislation and rules to address administrative and legislative requirements. A perfectly reasonable job to do that the community want done. And it's having an impact on our understanding of what consent means for that group compared to what consent means for people with disabilities and the community that supports them. Now, we have, I think, a higher standard around consent for people with disabilities than perhaps the version that is peppered in the legislation and which is being used to suggest that there's no substantive change to the mechanism by which people with disabilities who are participants will be afforded in that power that's being given to the CEO. So that's the first thing I think that's happened, and we would support the position of PIAC, which, look, there might be situations where the CEO should vary a person's plan, and that could be done without, in fact, going through the process of seeking a direct consent. But that should be limited. It should be very well articulated and explained. It should be that list of things that the CEO can vary without consent should be in the Act, not in the rules. And it should be really limited to administrative changes. And the example would be, a person's plan is stable, going well, there's a review date coming up. Let's extend the review date out by 6 months because there's no need at this point to review the plan. Now, that's a reasonable thing to do, I think, coming out of conversations between the planner and the participant. So there are some administrative mechanisms that could be improved by this. And I think the other area would be in emergency situations where, say, someone's coming out of hospital and they need an increased set of supports, and they need that immediately. Where there shouldn't be an extension of this power, and why the list needs to be well articulated and in the Act, not the rules, is where it changes the direction, the substance, or the content of the participant's plan. And this list has yet to be provided to the sector. There is no information in the minister's letter that yet contains, articulates and describes the power, despite the fact that, the minister's office has suggested that is coming. So that would be, I think that we would end by saying that the situation described by PIAC in their submission, which is in line with the Tune review, and you'll hear us saying that a lot, is really the guidance that should be heeded by the minister in relation to this issue. Thank you.
Thanks. I might just ask my next question, and I know there are witnesses that want to contribute, but it might be leading into what we were going to be talking about. I've heard very clearly from everyone today that is concerned about the rules not being made public or not being part of the primary legislation. I can tell you as a legislator and someone who has to make a decision to vote on legislation, it's scary for us as well because we don't really know what we are supporting. Can I just ask maybe a contextual question, but it feels like the process around independent assessments has really broken trust with the sector, and that's why when there's some confusion or when things aren't clear, when we're putting a lot of powers into a set of rules that no one has made public, it really has alerted people to the possibilities that they could be used in the wrong way. Am I categorising that the right way?
Senator Green, I think
smiles and nods.
Senator Green, I think that was one of the things I mentioned in our opening statement, was that that breach of trust, I think that many people felt when IAs were being introduced, is kind of running over in areas like this PSG bill. And the fact that the consultation period was only 4 weeks, that kind of highlights, well, what are they hiding? We don't have enough time to review. I mean, the PSG bill was amendments to the NDIS Act. It was amendments to 2 current NDIS rules, and I think it was an introduction to 5 sets of NDIS rules. That is a lot to cover. And for us as in advocacy organizations, we don't have that time. We had to really rely on organizations like PIAC and legal aid to kind of inform us, well, what's happening. So by us not knowing exactly what the changes are, we don't have enough time. That kind of is bringing back those initial feelings of why is this happening again? And I know that the IAs are not being addressed in this round of legislative amendments, but I still have concerns that it'll take a different form in the next set, because big ticket items like reasonable necessary supports, the IAs, they were not in this raft of amendments. So that to me is alarm bells. And I think if the consultation period was longer and we had a chance to really have meaningful dialogue with the minister and NDIA, then maybe some of those fears could have been levied a little bit, but that's not what's happening. So I guess that's my sense about the IAs. And just going back really quickly to your question about Section 47 and Section 48, I definitely think those should be 2 separate things. Section 48 is a reassessment of an entire plan. Section 47A is for a variation of a minor thing, according to what it's been explained to us. So those are 2 very separate things. And for someone to go from a variation and then go to a plan review or reassessment is a prolonged process.
Okay.
Senator.
Thanks, just jump in, yeah.
Damien Griffiths from the First Peoples Disability Network. I wonder if I might give a contextual response to your contextual question from the First Nations perspective. After a decade, I mean, let's call it a decade, we still don't have any confidence at all, really, that the NDIA really understands the lived experience of First Nations people with disability, particularly in regional remote Australia. It doesn't really understand the abject poverty, to be honest, that many of our First Nations people with disability live in. And that is evident by the fact that they're trying to create a system that doesn't recognise those barriers. So the idea of using a digital platform is frankly a bit of a nonsense from a First Nations regional remote perspective, as I'm sure a lot of people would actually really know, to be honest. I don't know why that sort of continues to persist. Unfortunately, our concerns relate from the CEO down throughout the whole agency, this lack of understanding of the lived experience of First Nations people with disability. So how do we address that? Well, it's through genuine co-design, but I worry that co-design is a bit of a trendy throwaway word, if I may say so. Genuine co-design means genuine power sharing. And I think if there is a genuine power sharing arrangement, and I'm sure all Australians with disability would want that, but from a First Nations perspective, that means there's actually an advisory committee, for example, which despite FPDN advocating for this for a decade, still hasn't happened. Now, I don't know why. I've never had a satisfactory explanation. First Nations people with disability and their representative organisations are the experts. With all due respect, the NDIA isn't. They're an agency that is tasked with rolling out the scheme. They don't understand the lived experience of our people. So if they were to perhaps, if I may say this, perhaps swallow their ego a bit and recognise that that is a gap and that they need advice and support, then we're very willing to play this genuine power sharing co-design role. And we think that would be for the benefit of the scheme. I'd be pretty confident a lot of Australians with disability want the same approach. So that'd be my response to that.
4-week consultation doesn't really scream co-design, does it?
Impossible at the moment, Senator, as we would all know, particularly given the COVID situation in our communities. That's our priority, to be frank.
Yeah,
a lot of people are working through that at the moment. So,
yeah, I think Mary, did you want to add something to that? And then we are steadily running out of time, so I'll just have one question after that. But Mary, did you want to add anything? I saw you.
Thank you, Senator. I actually wanted to return to your original question.
Sure, the difference between the new power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to remember that, as with First Nations people, people with disabilities Australia-wide have had a very difficult history. And we, for many, many decades, were never out in public even. And then when we started coming out into public, we were looked after, in inverted commas, and we were told what was good for us. And we didn't dare question, because there were freedoms that people were experiencing following deinstitutionalisation, or during deinstitutionalisation even, that were changing. So we were just so grateful. And yes, I'm old enough to remember some of these changes. And then we had the International Year of Persons with a Disability. And that is where our power began, I believe. So we have for years, and I'm sure you've heard it, got the mantra of nothing about us without us. And so when we feel that this scheme, this NDIS scheme that was so full of promise and so full of people's rights and abilities were being acknowledged and enhanced and supported, and then when we get to hear that there are some changes that are at risk of taking that away, we're frightened. And we will keep speaking. So very glad for the opportunity to have spoken with the committee today.
Okay, I'm very conscious.
Yeah, Senator Green, just one more little bit to
Just give me
add
1
to
second. Sorry, Ms. McGee. Sorry to interrupt you. We just don't have much time at all. And there was one really important question I did want to ask, and then out of respectfully, Senator Steele-John really does have some questions he needs to put to you. Look, very briefly, I know this is hard to explain quickly, but the other thing I think is missing from this discussion is how difficult and concerning and draining it is to be continually reassessed. Sometimes it might be necessary because things have changed, but one of my constituents was born deaf and she was asked to go and get reassessed, like to have her deafness reassessed. And that's just, I think, insulting apart from anything else. But says to me that there's a this bill is introducing the ability for reassessments to happen without consent and without an appreciation of what the emotional impact that has of people. So I just wondered whether you could comment, I guess, on that process and maybe if there's additional information on case studies you have, you could provide them to the committee on notice. Thank you.
Senator Green, I don't know if I need to clarify, but the reassessment I think that you're referring to in this new bill is it's just rephrasing what's already currently in legislation. They call it a plan review. I think that was something in our submission, that the term reassessment was a wrong term to use if they wanted to change, if they wanted to clarify the issues with the review process. So that's just my first point. Yeah, that's already there. So it's just the term, it does bring up these feelings that you highlighted.
Okay, I might have to leave it there because I'm sure Senator Steele-John will pick up on some of these issues.
Okay, and we'll go to Senator Steele-John for a couple of quick questions before we have to wind up for lunch. Thank you.
I'll be as quick as I can, but they are pretty important ones. So, but first of all, I need to get a couple of things straight with you, right? Coming off the back of the independent assessments debacle, where it was acknowledged by the Minister, by the CEO, that fear had been created, that uncertainty had been created, and acknowledged by all parties that there was now a low level of trust that needed to be rebuilt. You, as a sector, as an organisation, were given 4 weeks to look at this exposure draft and give feedback. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then subsequent to that 4-week period, did AFTO and other organisations request an extension to that period to give more time? I'm seeing a lot of nods. Is that the case?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, but not by long, just a couple of days.
Yeah. So you requested an extension, and was that request accepted or denied?
It was denied.
So it's denied. And then we get to see the result of the exposure draft, and many of the issues that you feel you have raised during that period were not addressed adequately in the exposure draft, correct?
That's correct.
Is that correct? So we have, in a context of distrust, a 4-week review period, submission period. You request an extension. That extension is denied. Now, during that 4-week period, it's true to say, isn't it, that we had a situation where the ACT was in lockdown, Victoria was in lockdown, New South Wales was in lockdown. Is it fair to say that your organisation's attention was fairly driven towards making sure that disabled people were supported and protected in that time?
Yes.
Correct.
So it was not a normal 4-week period for your organisations.
Not only that, Senator, it's come at the end of 2 years of those things happening relentlessly in Melbourne, and for the rest of the country, we are drained.
So putting aside whether, as Damien, as Mr. Griffiths has pointed out to us, putting aside whether or not co-design is misunderstood or often used as a buzzword, it would be fair to characterise this process as not a particularly good example of consultation, let alone co-design. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
It would, and let me just give you an extension to that. We've been informed that the rules will be coming 3 months later. Now, we're in November.
Yep.
3 months later is February. And, Australia goes on holidays over December and January. Now, last year, they did this to us last year, where they required us to participate in processes about very complex things like the independent assessments. And again, this year we'll be required to participate in processes. We are, as a sector, exhausted, like the rest of the Australian community. And I think that to ask us to do work over the Christmas New Year period on really complex things is, again, it breaches that trust. It doesn't build it.
And Ms. Ramirez, is it your view that coming off the back of independent assessments, that this consultation process has actually further eroded trust rather than with the sector?
I believe so. And we still haven't even had enough time to even confirm that. If other people's, trust isn't getting even more eroded.
And would it be the case that should the government push ahead with the legislation and attempt to legislate it in the last 2 weeks of the parliamentary sitting, is it your view that this trust would be further exacerbated?
I believe so. There's a lot of things that aren't being, the big example of the rules not being publicly available is what really is concerning for me personally as well.
Because that is, in the context where the rules are not available, the agency and the government are effectively saying to your organisations, trust us, aren't they?
Yes.
Trust us, we'll get it right. Now, I do not want to be in a situation later on today where too much of our vanishing time is expended going backwards and forwards over a question of whether something is or is not in the current legislation. So I just want to get it very clearly from you all in relation to 47A. It is your view that 47A is a new power within the legislation that's being proposed. Is that correct?
Yes, it's
Okay, so it is a new power, and it will enable, as Mr. Donovan expressed to us earlier today, the ability to do line item specific reviews of people's plans. Correct?
It's an extension of the power, and it's an extension of the power. It's not defined. It's not articulated. I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback here.
If you would like me to, I can jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Part of when the exposure draft came out, there were rules about this 47A power, and it had some circumstances on there. It was a non-exhaustive list. It wasn't saying that only in these circumstances can the CEO vary a plan. Some of those circumstances were moved into the Act very briefly, and so that tells me there were changes to the rules because some of that stuff is now in the Act, but not all of it. So what else is in the rules? So that's really what we want to drive home is we need to know what circumstances, and it needs to be very restricted.
And Mr. Donovan also shared with us that separate to the question of whether consent would be needed to the eventual changes made as part of the variation, he suggested to us that participant consent for the initiation of the variation process would also be an additionally valuable clarification to put into the Act. Do you think that would be a good idea? Patrick?
Yeah, Senator, some of the technical nature of your question, I think we need to take on notice, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
We've tried to.
That's fine.
Yeah. So,
I
mean, can
understand.
I just say, Senator?
With the small amount of time I've got left, Patrick, and I apologise for interrupting you.
No.
We may well be faced with so your AFTO's contention to this committee is that there are a number of aspects of the Tune Review, requirements of the Tune Review, and proposed rules in this legislation that should instead be placed within the legislation itself.
Yes, absolutely.
Is that correct? I'm not verbaling you.
PIAC has articulated this very well.
Those rules are not within that legislation. If we have a bill come to us in a couple of weeks' time, just over a week's time, that does not have those clarifications in it, in the view of AFTO, should we as legislatures pass that bill or vote it down?
So this is a very complex question you're asking us. We would prefer to support the bill. However, unless there are the amendments that we've asked for, that range from the membership of the board, the limiting the CEO's power to vary plans, the unanimous decision making of the states and territories, it's harder for us to support the bill. And we prefer to work with the minister and the NDIA to achieve a consensus, because what we think is reasonable is contained in these amendments. So the position is one that we would prefer not at this point to say yes or no. We'd prefer to say let's work together so that we can get to the place where we all say yes together.
Let's continue the conversation. So in that context, then of needing to kind of continue the conversation in regards to coming to a consensus, would it then be your view that this legislation should not pass in this coming period of time, that in fact it should be delayed to enable that consultation to take place, that additional consensus building to be achieved? And the rules, critically, the rules to be published so that we can see them before the legislation passes.
And also to recategorize the rules. A lot of the rules are at Category D, which means there would be minimal oversight within state and territories. We're strongly pushing for a lot of these rules to be Category A. So I would, definitely love to see the rules to see what sort of categories they're also going to be proposed to.
It's certainly our understanding that in Victoria, there's the position is Category A. Everything needs to remain in Category A.
Okay, and so we need more time to look at those things and to iron that stuff out before the legislation passes. Would that be your suggestion to us?
Yes.
More time would then allow the minister to set out the rules publicly, align them with the legislation so that we can see everything all at the same time, all together, and then we can have a proper conversation about it.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Can I just add that AFTA would like to just say that within the context of the time frame that's been set out by the government, our interactions with the Secretariat for the committee have only been very positive. And likewise, there are people in the Minister's office who have, made it their business to reach out and try and work with us. So whilst the time frame is not conducive to trust building, that doesn't mean that individuals in the Secretariat and the Minister's office haven't reached out to us to build that trust. The people who've been absent in trying to build the trust is the executive management of the NDIA.
Okay, thank you very much for that comment. I just wanted to clarify, I think in the lead up to the bill, and so I understand that the Minister's office, I think obviously from what Mr McGee said, has actually reached out to most of the organisations here and actually provided copies of the bill and even draft copies of the rules. So is that correct? I just wanted to clarify from my perspective. Yeah, so that's good.
And the Minister sent a letter yesterday further clarifying her position.
Excellent, no worries.
Sorry, Senator. Senator, those rules that the minister sent out, was those rules after the consultation period? Is that what she's referring to? Because if that's what she's referring to, then no, we have not received any of those.
No, it was just there were draft when the bill was released initially. I think it was the draft rules, which feedback from the organisation. So that's right. So everybody, okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
And can I just also add that I think it's important to note that there's a lot in the legislation that we do support, that it's easy to be focusing on the issues that we've identified, but it's not that we don't support the legislation. It's just that we do think that there's amendments that need to be made. So I think that's important to have on record.
Yep, excellent. Well said, Alan.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for your feedback and contribution today and for making yourselves available. We really appreciate it. It's valuable for us to actually understand where everyone's coming from. I'm not sure if we had questions on notice in the end. I know some extra information, if there is any that you would like to provide, please feel free to provide it to the Secretariat. Any questions on notice and additional information by the 17th of November, if that's okay. We will be reporting to the Senate on the 25th of November. So thank you everybody for your time, and the committee will now suspend for lunch break and we will resume at 1:15 p.m. Thank you. Canberra time. It's our hearing, and I'll now welcome representatives from the Melbourne Disability Institute, People with Disability Australia, and Every Australian Counts. Thank you very much for appearing before us today. I'm Wendy Askew, Chair of the committee, and I have Senator Green and Senator Steele-John with me today. So before we begin, could I ask everyone to please state your name and the capacity in which you appear? And we'll work through my order on my list. So Melbourne Disability Institute.
I'm Professor Bruce Bonyhady, and I'm an Executive Chair and Director of the Melbourne Disability Institute.
Thank you very much. And the next one is People with Disability Australia. Who'd like to go first?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Giancarlo De Vera, and I'm the Senior Manager of Policy.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Frances Kwan Farrant, and I'm the Senior Research and Policy Officer.
Thank you very much. And do we have Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Theodore Jensen. I'm the Senior Manager for Individual Advocacy in Queensland.
Thank you very much. And Every Australian Counts.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Jean Cochin. I'm here representing the Every Australian Counts community. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so. And after that, I'll invite committee members to ask questions, and we would like you to keep them brief if we can. We obviously aware that we have limited time to ask questions afterwards, but we'll start with the Melbourne Disability Institute. Professor Bonhady.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of all of the lands on which we're meeting today and to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. While there are a number of changes proposed by this bill, I would like to focus on 5 key issues. First, the proposed changes in this bill are the most significant since the NDIS commenced. They have been presented by the government and the NDIA as simple, straightforward, uncontroversial and consistent with the current Act and the Tune Review. This is simply not true. These reforms are complex, not consistent with the current Act, and depart significantly from the careful and considered recommendations made by Mr. Tune. Second, the rushed introduction by the government and the NDIA of these significant changes represents a further failure by the government and the NDIA to follow their own commitments to genuine consultation and co-design. Third, the commitment to improve participant experience through the introduction of the Participant Service Guarantee is welcome. But I note that the NDIA is already using the PSG timeframes to guide its operations. There is therefore no need from a PSG perspective to pass this legislation because the benefits are already being realised. At the same time, the bill contains changes to the powers of both the Commonwealth Minister and the CEO, which have the potential to significantly alter or even cut the support participants receive from the NDIS. And this will certainly impact their experience of the scheme. So participants are being asked to support the rushed introduction of a bill which would fundamentally change the NDIS in the pursuit of something that is already happening. This simply does not stack up. Fourth, the redrafted bill does not address the united concerns expressed during the recent consultations about the rule-making powers of the Minister and the broad discretions given to the CEO. No one, including all states and territories at the recent meeting of Disability Reform Ministers, supports the proposed proliferation of Category D rules or giving wide-ranging new powers to the CEO. The Tune Review did recommend the CEO should have the power to make small changes to a plan in a limited set of circumstances. This would be welcome, but that is not what is being put forward here. In fact, the rules which would determine these changes have not even been released. Further, and most significantly, the proposed rules will be Category D rules, which can be remade by the Commonwealth Minister at any time without input from people with disability and their families or the states and territories. The draft legislation also provides for the CEO to respond to a request for a plan variation by initiating a plan amendment, which is directly at odds with the purpose of the variation power recommended by Mr. Tune. If the intent of these changes is to allow the CEO to make small changes quickly, to assist participants or to respond to emergencies, then the legislation should clearly set out these circumstances. Alternatively, these circumstances could be set out in Category A rules, which would require the agreement of all states and territories. Fifth, the proposal to introduce Category D rules in Section 48 to govern plan amendments is not consistent with the current Act. Section 48 currently includes Category A rules. This change is especially problematic. Taken together, the powers vested in the Commonwealth Minister under the proposed sections 47A and 48 mean that the Minister could introduce a whole new basis for setting plans, in much the same way as independent assessments. and there would be no effective government mechanism to stop this, unlike with independent assessments. This means that people with disability would then face new and enormous uncertainty and anxiety, breaking a core promise of the NDIS. In summary, this legislation represents a bid for control of the NDIS by the Commonwealth. No Commonwealth Minister should have this position of power. The NDIS must remain a joint and shared endeavour which unites all jurisdictions and the disability community. It should retain its current checks and balances. In its current form, the proposed legislation fails both these tests. However, if the 5 changes outlined in the MDI submission are accepted, the proposed rules can be satisfactorily co-designed, and the many issues raised by others are satisfactorily resolved, then I believe that the proposed legislation could then be supported. But to be frank, I can see very few positive benefits from this legislation, and at the moment, enormous risks to the vision of the NDIS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. People with Disability Australia, so who is going to start with that one?
That would be myself, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Firstly, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'd also like to quickly acknowledge Country. Collectively, I'm here with my colleagues in Queensland, and together we are appearing from the lands of the Gadigal people, the Yuggera and the Gubba Gubbi people. I'd also like to acknowledge our First Nations colleagues, particularly at First People Disability Network, whom I know you heard from earlier today. EWDA's board, staff and members are concerned about about some of the unintended consequences in passing this bill. While some of our concerns from the exposure draft were addressing this bill, many highly concerning aspects of the bill remain. Like our colleagues at the MDI, we are very concerned that the bill plans to use rules to give the minister almost complete control of the NDIS. This control would massively federalise the scheme and completely undermine the shared governance of the NDIS. So let me outline our concerns for you. At present, the bill proposes a CEO plan variation power that we've heard a lot about today that has no guidance as to when and how the power will be exercised. If the power is being exercised with minor changes as suggested by the government, then we see no reason why the exercise of that power can be exercised without both the consultation and, more importantly, the consent of the participant. In addition, we are concerned that the exercise of the power will be defined in yet to be published rules. Therefore, without knowing how the power will be exercised, we will be concerned about the ability of the CEO to vary a plan could lead to potentially poorer outcomes. While the exercise of this power is subject to internal and external merits review, it is our experience with review processes through our own work with NDIS appeals that suggests that this is not an adequate check and balance. In fact, engaging with NDIS internal reviewers have gotten much worse. Our advocates report facing a brick wall when we go to internal reviewers and decision makers for help. They used to engage with us and now they don't, and they are failing us. Because they are failing us, it pushes many of us through the very traumatic experiences of appeals at the AAT, where we eventually win at settlement through conciliation, but it's breaking some of us. It is the experience of our individual advocates that right now the NDIS is engaging in a massive reduction in the size of people's plans when they come up for review. This is what we're worried about with independent assessments. This is a very distressing situation right now for people with disability experiencing plan and budget reviews. If the government passes this bill, which we're starting to view as Independent Assessment Smart 2, then everyone on the NDIS could potentially be forced into these horrible appeals or face plan reductions because we can't face the stress, the time and the trauma of an appeals process. In Queensland alone, we have seen a 629% increase in NDIS appeal work this financial year compared to the last. There is still so much unmet need, and we worry this will be made worse with this bill. This is why people with disability must be involved and consent to all decisions relating to our plans. This is why Category D rules should not be used to make changes that should be consultative and co-designed with people with disability. This is why rules should instead be about ensuring an adequate and appropriate level of scrutiny of changes to the Act. This Act is about realising our rights. Therefore, any changes in this Act should be afforded an appropriate level of scrutiny. As we know, the Act and the NDIS are a key way the government can ensure our international human rights under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. As a result, we should be working to improve access to the scheme as opposed to restricting it. Therefore, with the proposed rules around psychosocial disability, we need clarity on the definition of substantial improvement so that people with psychosocial disability aren't unencumbered in accessing the scheme. And as recently, the Federal Court of Australia has acknowledged in its determination on the case of QDKH, people need more information on the agency's decision-making. We believe people should be provided reasons for internal review decisions automatically, so we can decide what to do with an agency decision, especially if the agency incorrectly decides to reduce our plans. This bill doesn't automatically require that, and if it passes in any form, it must ensure procedural fairness and follow the principles of natural justice. We are also concerned that at the moment, the agency is engaging in what we are calling a rover declining process for needed support at the plan review stage. Our advocates have reported this, and we are very concerned that if this bill passes, there will be the potential for even more rover declining of the supports that we need. We fear that the agency may start using the 400 participant profiles that they've built for the independent assessments instead of treating us as individuals with choice and control. We are concerned that this bill will take away that choice and control. Right now, rover declining at the agency is putting a number of our people through AAT appeals unnecessarily. As I said, not only have we seen a 629% increase in NDIS appeals matters, 95% of those appeals are settled in conciliation. That's 95%, which suggests to us that they should have gotten the support in the first place. Unnecessary appeals mean more and more people are having the support delayed or declined when they shouldn't be. People with disability are not achieving their goals as a result. We don't want this problem to get bigger. We need proper scrutiny so we ensure things don't have unintended consequences. The scheme is an entitlement-based scheme, and it's meant to stimulate the economy with every dollar spent while meeting our goals and ensuring our human rights. Every last bit the NDIS penny pinchers save on our plans are keeping people off the NDIS is a loss to the economy. But even more concerning is a loss to society. We need to ensure the shared governance of the scheme is to benefit people with disability, but at the moment, this bill is suggesting a governance structure that won't achieve this. The traumatic changes we are already seeing through our members and advocates could become more widespread with this bill. If it does, that would disperse our society and will disable people further and not empower them to live the lives that they want in a truly free society. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And every Australian counts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which I meet, the Wurundjeri people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today, including those from First Peoples Disability Network. I also thank the committee for the opportunity to give evidence on behalf of the Every Australian Counts community. We sincerely appreciate this committee's ongoing work in providing critical oversight of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Every Australian Counts is the grassroots campaign that fought for the introduction of the NDIS. We're a community of people with disability, families and carers, and people who work in the field. We are people who want a fair deal, a better deal for Australians with disabilities. Our campaign started back in 2011, that's 10 years ago now, to fight for the introduction of an NDIS. But Every Australian Counts is still here because problems remain with how the NDIS is working. You will have seen from our submission and in your inboxes too, Senators, that thousands of Australians want to be heard and represented here in Parliament when it comes to the NDIS. We all want it to work well because the NDIS really does change people's lives. But right now, people are really worried about parts of this legislation. They're worried because it affects their future support needs and needs of the people that they love. So firstly, it's important to say people have been unanimous in their cynicism and disappointment about the consultation process itself. Most people don't have the luxury, time or ability to read complex legislation and to provide fast feedback. This quote from one of our supporters sums it up. I believe the consultation period has been deliberately shortened to steamroll the disability community. They will say we've been consulted and then do the opposite of what we asked. People told EAC that they fear that your final report will be pointless if the bill is voted on before this inquiry is even over and before your report has been released. Put simply, this is about trust. The actions of the government and the NDIA in their campaign for independent assessments left all of us feeling suspicious and truly exhausted. On this legislation, we've heard the Minister and the agency ask us to relax and trust them again, but it's hard for our community to take. The Tune Review recommended that the CEO could make small changes to people's plans, but like we've heard from previous speakers, only in very limited circumstances. Those limited circumstances should be in this bill, but they're not. Because of this, people with disability have told us that they do not trust that this bill is safe to pass. They do not want the Minister of the day to change the rules on a whim. They want the limited circumstances to be included in the legislation. The NDIS Minister told us yesterday, as you heard earlier, that the rules are being redrafted by the Department of Social Services right now and will soon be provided to you. But this should have happened before submissions were closed and when people with disabilities had the chance to have. Every Australian Counts asked people what they wanted us to tell you. Our inboxes were flooded. They wanted us to tell you these 10 things about what counts to them. Number 1, the consultation timeframe was much too short. 2, the information provided was much too complex. Unfortunately, people believe this was by design. Put together, the combination of the short timeframe and inaccessible communications has further eroded trust. 3, the bill gives the CEO too much discretionary power. People told us that they want to be consulted on the limited circumstances that would apply for changes to plans before the legislation is passed. Number 4, people want plain and simple reasons to be provided for NDIS decisions, not by request, but by default. 5, the term reassessments has made people feel very nervous. However, giving clarity to the different forms of reviews is very welcome. 6, participants must be able to request their own reassessments, not just the CEO. 7, there are undefined terms in this legislation that need to be clarified. People want to know exactly what terms like appropriate treatment, unreasonable risk, and substantial improvements mean exactly. They're worried that these terms could be used in bad faith and to their disadvantage. 8, plain and clear language is needed across all NDIS communications, including the NDIS Act, the rules, the policies, and all consultations and inquiries. Communications must always be accessible and right from the start. 9, people absolutely want to see a draft of their plan before it's approved. We've been hearing this from people for years. Every single time. They want the opportunity to sort out mistakes so that they don't need to go through a review process. People don't want to have to do review after review. It's unreasonable and it's unnecessary. And 10, people want to need more independent advocacy to help them navigate the NDIS. Most importantly, NDIS participants want to be heard and they want to be respected. Trust has been broken. It will take time and conscientious action to regain. People with disability and their families fought really hard for the NDIS. They built the political and public support for it from the ground up. They must be partners in its delivery, but they feel sidelined by government priorities that do not align with what they know about what is needed. This inquiry offers a crucial opportunity to turn that around, and we believe that it will. We are counting on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll start with questions from Senator Steele-John. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll put my first question to Professor Bonahady. You've flagged a number of concerns, quite deep concerns with Section 14 of the proposed bill. I wondered if you could expand on those concerns for the benefit of the committee.
Thank you very much, Senator. Section 14 provides for the very wide-ranging powers for the agency to provide funding to either individuals or to organisations. And I think the thing that is most concerning about the proposed changes to Section 14 is while they are presented as changes necessary to enable the agency to be more effective in its market stewardship, to provide early intervention services, the way the legislation is actually framed provides a whole new set of powers that will be available to the Commonwealth Minister because they now include Category D rules. And so when you take Section 14 together with Sections 47A and 48, what we see is a complete loss of the careful checks and balances in the current Act, which ensure that this scheme is jointly governed by the Commonwealth with the states and territories and with people with disability. And so I think, it's part of a very significant unbalancing of the Act, which is now in this proposed legislation and which therefore needs not to proceed in its current form.
Thank you. In terms of, and again to Professor Bonner-Haley, there's been a lot of focus on Section 47A, a lot of concern around Section 47A. What we've heard so far today is that there are many other parts of the bill which are also equally concerning. And I think you characterised them, if I heard you correctly, these set of amendments together as the most significant changes to the scheme since its introduction. Just on the question of 47A, the CEO and the Minister have issued a number of statements refuting some of the concerns. They've been pretty highly circulated online. And given your long history with the scheme and knowledge of the scheme, I would like your insight as to your response, really, to the assertions that have been made by the CEO and the Minister in relation to the Section 47 powers.
Thank you, Senator. Look, it's very clear that participants in the scheme have long sought either a variation condition, which would mean that a very small change to a plan could be effected without in any way affecting the total plan. Up till now, that has been called a light touch review. But one of the problems that people with disability and participants have faced is that at times when they have approached the agency for a light touch review, they've been advised that if they sought an application for a light touch review, the whole plan would be reviewed. And in a sense, what the new legislation does is entrench that risk, because one of the outcomes from a participant seeking a plan variation is that the CEO could decide to amend the plan. So the links between Section 47A and 48 must be broken. The only outcome from a participant seeking a plan variation is either that the CEO accepts that variation or rejects it. And the circumstances for a plan variation must be clearly set out either in the legislation or in Category A rules, and so subject to approval by states and territories and in the process people with disability. By having them in Category D, the Minister, whoever the Minister is at the time, could completely change the basis on which plan variations are done. And I think that is an unacceptable risk to participants in the scheme.
Thank you. Thank you. To Francis, I'm just trying to synthesize the evidence we've heard so far seems to suggest that in some ways this legislation is a bit of a Trojan horse for the disability community. From your perspective, what is there a particular part of the legislation that causes you most concern?
Look, the part of the legislation that causes me most concern is the...
Sorry, Bruce, that was actually for Francis. Sorry.
Sorry.
But you
Okay.
can answer it, and then I'll go to Francis.
Sorry, okay. I mean, the thing that concerns me most is the proliferation of Category D rules. You know, the key issue is that, and a key principle of the NDIS in its formation was that the key parts of the key conditions of the NDIS would either be in the Act itself or in Category A rules. And that is now fundamentally changed by these proposals with these proliferation of Category D rules. Thank you.
And just so that we're clear for people that aren't as engaged in the technical language, the difference between Category A and Category D rules is that Category D rules can be simply made by the government, and Category A rules require the consent of the state and territories.
That's correct.
Thank you. Francis?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we concur entirely with Professor Bonihardi on the point around Category D rules. We question, and we have said this in our submission, why is this taking place? Why the proliferation of Category D rules? It is most concerning indeed. In terms of you know, the concept of this piece of legislation being a Trojan horse, it was presented to us in the community as something that would remove red tape and streamline and make things more simple. And we certainly would like things to be more simple. It is very much noted, including by the UN CRPD committee, that the NDIS is very, very difficult to navigate. However, with all of the provisions, as noted by Professor Bonihardi, particularly around Category D rules, and the lack of consent of participants around Section 47, which is a new section, means that this is not at all what it ought to be. This is not what the Tune Review wanted or stated, and it is not what we want at all. No.
And that's a really important point, Francis. So in your view, in the view of PWDA, first of all, what is outlined in this legislation is not, in the view of your organisation, an accurate reflection of the Tune Review.
Senator, that is correct. It is not an accurate reflection of the intention and purpose of the Tune Review.
And in the view of your legislation, when your organisation, when it comes to the question of this variation power, if it was to exist in limited circumstances, those limited circumstances should be set out in the Act or as a Category A decision and should involve participant consent to initiate the process.
Absolutely, Senator, because a plan is a contract, and any variation to a contract must have the full and informed consent of the other party. Otherwise, it is an invalid contract. To do anything without the consent of a participant is invalid, in my opinion. Yes, and it must go to correct process and into Category A, or be set out very, very clearly with parameters in the actual legislation.
Thank you. And we as legislators may, in just over a week's time, because the point that Jean made is absolutely correct. This legislation could be put before us and passed through the Parliament before this committee is even reported, and so we may be faced with a choice as to whether to vote on this legislation in its current form, or whether to vote against it in its current form. What would PWDA's, Francis, what would PWDA's recommendation to us be if the legislation is put before us in an unamended form?
Two things. First thing, in its current form, this legislation should not and cannot be passed. It is not in the best interests of people with disability and their representative organisations. Second point, this is largely to do with the extraordinary lack of consultation that took place And I note my colleague from Every Australian Counts said it seemed to be designed to steamroll us into making a choice that we do not want to make. I would like to emphasise that the CRPD committee has noted, and in Article 4 of the CRPD, that states parties are required to consult with disabled people and their representative organisations on each and every matter that is to do with us and our lives, all policy and all legislation. This has not happened in this circumstance.
And finally, to Jean and to Bruce, you know, EAC is the NDIS's founding organisational campaign. Bruce has a unique history with the scheme. The same question to you, as it sits before us today, if these issues are not addressed, should the legislation be passed or should it be voted down? Jean first and then Bruce.
Thank you, Senator. Over 3,000 people in the Every Australian Counts community have emailed all senators across the country asking for these changes that we've heard about today to be made, and if not, for this bill not to go ahead in its current form.
Thank you. And Bruce?
Look, I agree with Jean and Francis. In its current form, this legislation cannot pass. It's not consistent with the vision of the NDIS. It's not consistent with its founding principles. It must not go ahead in its current form.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Senator Green, have you got some questions?
I do, thank you. And thank you for all of your contributions today. I just wanted to touch on a couple of different issues. You've answered quite a lot of my questions in your opening statements. I just thought I'd go back to this issue around the Category D rules and just ask about the fact that we don't have that information just yet about what will be in the rules. What are the risks of not having that information now, and what are the risks that you are foreseeing could be in the Category D rules, you know, in terms of risks to the scheme itself?
I'm happy to go first, Senator. As Bruce actually said earlier, and as I said in our opening statement, I think it will undermine the shared governance of the scheme. Category D rules require the majority of states and territories to be to agree to the rule. While Category A requires unanimous support of states and territories. And so the concern we have is that the Minister of the Day could make changes that could be controversial, and it's a lower threshold that we're concerned about. That the Category D rules won't afford the same level of scrutiny as legislation, or let alone Category A rules.
Okay. Could you move a little bit closer to your microphone as well? I'm sorry, it's a little hard to hear you. We are listening very intently to your voice, but it's a little hard to hear. And I wanted to actually go back to you because the other question I had was in relation to the AET appeals. I think you raised that in your opening statement. We will be asking some questions of the agency, and we can sort of at this stage already preempt that some of the things that they'll say is, well, there'll be AET, you know, appeals processes if people aren't happy with a decision made under this new power for the CEO. You know, I think it goes without saying, but I really do want to get this on the record. Is increasing the number of AET appeals a good outcome for the NDIS or its participants? I mean, surely that's an indicator that something isn't right or clear in the legislation. I think you're on mute, sorry.
Thank you, Senator. Can I just check you can hear me okay now?
Yes, that's much better.
Oh, sorry, I think it was just my headphones. So I decided to not use my headphones anymore. So, Senator, I might actually throw to my colleague, Theodore, but before I do, I just wanted to highlight that the issue around the AAT appeal suggests to us that as you highlighted, that they're not getting the supports. And what we're concerned about, as I said, is that they're not getting the supports, or they're delaying in getting their supports. And so I'll throw over to my colleague Theodore to explain what it's like for the advocates on the ground.
On the ground, it feels like as a community, we're the only ones left who know how the NDIS works. Many of the decision makers for the NDIA don't even appear at the conciliation meetings, leaving only a very adversarial lawyer in their place. These processes can take well over a year to resolve, from the review process, which is rejected so quickly you wonder if they even read the document, and then into the AAT, where you wait for months and months without any ability to contact the NDIA or discuss matters outside of the hearing. And then that's when the directions do finally come out. It's extremely impacting on our clients. One of my clients, when faced with the AAT hearing, was noted to say that experiencing the process of living with a very complex disability that was very impacting on him, receiving no support, and now being faced with an extremely adversarial process. He noted that the NDIS superhighway would be paved with his ground up bones, and it was fairly accurate experience. Most of the people impacted by this have been female that we've noted. More than half of our clients that we're currently supporting are female, and 32 of them are actually children, which are almost entirely supported by their mothers, sometimes solely and sometimes primarily. So we're looking at 90% of our clients being heavily impacted by this very adversarial process.
Yeah.
And being female.
And I don't think I would be, I don't think it would be inappropriate for me to raise that Liam Danner, who passed away waiting for a seizure mat. His family was in the process of AAT hearings over reasonable and necessary decisions. So that's why I'm concerned about just this default position that, well, if it's not clear, it'll just be dealt with in the AAT. Some people can't afford to wait for an AAT process. Can I just ask, so this hasn't been raised before, and I do sit on the Joint Committee on Human Rights, so I'll just declare that conflict. But I just wondered whether anyone had put any thought into whether the bill or the rules, as we, what we know of the rules, are consistent with Australia's commitments under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons and Disabilities. Do you think that the changes that are being made through this bill are taking us further away from those commitments?
If I may answer, colleagues, is that okay?
Go ahead, Frances.
Thanks, Frances.
Okay. It is very clear that the current amendments in this bill are actually moving away from the CRPD, and this is profoundly disappointing. As I mentioned earlier, the UN Committee on the CRPD have already noted that the NDIS, and this was in 2019 when we did our review, was an unreasonably complex scheme, deeply complex. I might also add that the NDIS is one part of Australia's implementation of the CRPD, one part, but a very significant part. It was groundbreaking when, it was introduced. And the NDIS legislation itself, in its original form, as Bruce would remember, the values and objectives of the CRPD were nominally articulated in the legislation by promoting the dignity and respect for disabled people. I cannot say with any confidence that this particular bill promotes dignity and respect for disabled people. It just doesn't. It in fact is such a move away from the human rights of people with disability. It is profoundly alarming.
Thank you very much. And my last question has been raised in some submissions, is the issue around the changes that are being made to section 27.2 and subsection 3 around eligibility criteria for accessing the NDIS under the NDIS Act, particularly about the impacts on episodic and fluctuating conditions. What are your concerns about the way that episodic and fluctuating conditions may be treated differently, particularly in the way that perhaps some planners might interpret these new provisions and new criteria?
So I was going to say, do you want me to start, Giancarlo, and then I'll throw to you?
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Look, I'll start with one of the observations of the UNCRPD committee when addressing the matter of access to the NDIS, in particular to people with psychosocial disability. Disability is not a disease. And this was stated very clearly by the committee to the Australian government in 2019. We have very serious concerns about the definition, as our colleagues at AEC noted, and I will now throw to Giancarlo to elaborate on that.
Thank you, Frances, and thank you so much for the question. Our thinking on this question is very similar to PIAC's. We note that the ability that proposed section does potentially allow for additional requirements to make it harder for people to get onto the NDIS, and that's currently in the Act. And so we would not support that, obviously. As Frances said, the scheme is absolutely one of the is the main program in which we are implementing our rights under the CRPD, and to restrict it so easily and so without having to go through the process of even accessing or trying to access the scheme is a serious concern. So therefore, we would actually recommend, in line with PIAC's submission, that those sections under 27.2 and 3, sorry, subsection 27.2 and 3 should be removed entirely. And we also would submit that, you need to amend subsection 24.3 and subsection 25.1a to clarify that all episodic impairment should be considered as permanent, regardless of the impairment is attributable to a psychosocial or non-psychosocial disability.
Thanks. I'll leave it there, Chair. I know we've got other questions and witnesses.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think Senator Steele-John had one final question to wrap us up. So go back to Senator Steele-John.
Just in relation to, I'm keen to hear Bruce, but also if anybody else wants to jump in on this. One of the things that I think has been brought to our attention today is that the committee is also to look at the concern around the change in language from criteria and circumstances to requirements in relation to access. And I wanted to know, Bruce and anybody else that wants to jump in, if you share those concerns, because what that seems to me is an opening of the floodgates to the possibility of really tightening eligibility criteria. Your thoughts on those areas?
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Look, I have got concerns about those areas, which there was not an area we covered in our submission, but I just want to make a very broad but important point at this juncture, which is that I think all of the issues that have been raised today go to a key point, which is that for the NDIS to work as effectively as possible, we have to get the legislation and the rules right. The idea that people can seek a review or go to the AAT are very much second best and third best outcomes. And what is essential here is that any changes to the Act or any changes to rules, and especially the most important rules, are subject to proper consultation and co-design, because it's only in that way that we can make sure that they're not flawed and have unintended consequences. And so what is needed here is much better processes around consultation and co-design that are not rushed, that meet the conditions of the UNCPRD for proper consultation with people with disability. And what we're all grappling with here today is the failure of that proper consultation process, the fact that this is rushed. And I just want to make one final comment in relation to AAT appeals and their increasing number. One of the things about AAT appeals was that they were intended to sharpen the way the NDIS works so that the appeals would actually go to the AAT. What I think is absolutely unconscionable is the way that only a handful of AAT appeals have actually gone to the AAT to set a precedent which will then guide future operations of the NDIS. So not only do we have an increasing number of AAT appeals, people being put through a process for a year or more, but we don't actually get a precedent set through those AAT appeals. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Is there anybody else that wants to speak directly to the question of requirements, the sections of the legislation that speak to requirements? Or
If I may jump in, if that's okay, colleagues.
I'll go after you, Frances. Go ahead.
Thank you. So in terms of the use of the language, this and referring back to Senator Green's question around moving away from the CRPD, this language is moving away from rights-based approaches to the NDIS and therefore to eligibility assessments criteria into requirements. We should be aligning all definitions around disability, around access to the NDIS from a human rights model of disability, one that considers the individual's interactions with all environmental barriers, their ecosystem, rather than being excessively focused on the individual's impairments only. So not the medical model. We need to go back to the social model and preferably the human rights model. Giancarlo.
Thank you, Frances. And Senator, to add to the point around language, one of the things that we're concerned about is the stricter, I guess, eligibility also sets to consolidate the issue that we see in order to meet the disability requirements under Section 24. If you're someone with a psychosocial disability like myself, or with a form of some form of episodic disability, then you're more likely and more likely to be required to demonstrate substantially reduced impairment across the life domains under Section 24 across multiple domains. So while the Act says it should be one or more, it's our experience. A lot of the people who are trying to gain access need to demonstrate a lot more, potentially all the domains, to try and get access to the scheme. And that makes an extremely high bar. It's an arduous debate to look into how to resolve that. But it also does highlight the fact that the experience of people who are trying to gain access is also needing. They also then need to go through a process of going through a real traumatic experience of deficits-based kind of approaches to demonstrate that they can get through the scheme. You know, I've got to show. I'd have to show that I'm, what my worst is. People like me in a day to demonstrate that I can't, self-care, I can't communicate, I can't socially interact. And that is a problem. If we're going to ask people with episodic disabilities to demonstrate that as a matter of course to get into the scheme, then you've got to get people who don't want to do that because it's too hard and it's actually pretty traumatizing and pretty shit to feel like you have to do that. Sorry for swearing, but it can feel like you've got to do it just to get through it, and people won't want to.
If you wouldn't mind me jumping in, please, Senator. I think, one of the problems with this consultation, as you've heard from many people before, is the complexity of the material. And the sort of nuance in legal terminology like this is just impossible for most people to get their heads around, even if they do have the time, space, education, skills, this is tough, right? However, I think, with our communities, our people with disability, their families, people who work in the sector have been really disadvantaged in being able to provide answers to very specific questions like these, because I imagine if this sort of had been made clear in plain language and an easily accessible format, I think what people would say is this smells a bit like the concerns we had earlier about independent assessments and potential changes to reasonable and necessary. With the theory that the intent behind it was to limit access to the scheme, because we're hearing so much about the financial sustainability problems, and we know that there have been cost-cutting teams, and like PWDA said, we're hearing increasingly more and more all the time people's plans are being cut in really significant ways, and different ways too. For example, you might be offered a longer plan, a 2-year plan instead of a 1-year plan, which is great. You don't have to do another review the next year, but that 2-year plan contains the same amount of funding as your previous 1-year plan. So I would just like to end on that. Yeah.
I mean, given the amount of time that you were given as an organisation, all of your organisations, to feed back on this legislation, 4 weeks is what we've been told. Is there any evidence that the government has learned a single thing about what good consultation or engagement with the sector looks like from the debacle of independent assessments? I mean, I just don't see it.
Senator, I would agree. And not only is the time frame a concern, which we would agree that it was too short, and as you heard earlier today, there was a request that was denied for that to be extended to the 8-week that was required, suggested by the IAC. But the concern that we have, particularly with the exposure draft that was released back the other month, was that it wasn't accessible to a lot of people. You could only submit responses in written form. And I raised this with the Minister herself to suggest that you need to make sure these consultations are in a variety of ways that people can participate in, because not everyone can write long submissions like we have at PWDA.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. So that brings us to the end of this session. So thank you everyone for your evidence today and making yourselves available. Our questions on notice are due back by the 17th of November, close of business on the 17th of November. I'm not sure that anyone did take any questions on notice, but if you had any other information that you'd like to provide, please feel free to send it through by that date. So thank you to all of those participants.
Thank you.
And I'm now going to, I think we have all of our next witnesses online, so I'm going to move straight into our next session and welcome representatives from the Allied Health Professions Australia, the Mental Illness Fellowship Australia, National Disability Services, Assistive Technology Suppliers Australia and the Australian Community Industry Alliance. Thank you for making yourselves available and appearing before us today. I'm Wendy Askew, I'm the chair of the committee, and I have with me Senator Green and Senator Steele-John. Before we begin, could I ask each of you to please state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing for the benefit of Hansard, and I'll work through my list in the order it appears in the program. So we'll start with Dr. Atmore.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chris Atmore. I'm Manager of Policy and Advocacy for Allied Health Professions Australia.
Thank you. Mr. Stevenson?
Yes, good afternoon, Senators. I'm Tony Stevenson. I'm the CEO of the Mental Illness Fellowship of Australia, MIFA.
Thank you. Then we'll go to National Disability Services. So we've got Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Senator. Laurie Lee, Interim CEO of National Disability Services.
Thank you. And Ms. Angley?
Philippa Angley, Head of Policy at National Services.
Thank you. And Mr. Sinclair.
Hi, my name is David Sinclair. I'm the Executive Officer of Assistive Technology Suppliers Australia.
Thank you. And Dr. Brooke. So we can't hear you, sorry, have you got it on mute?
Sorry, I'm Dr. Nicole Brooke. I'm the CEO of Australian Community Industry Alliance.
Thank you very much, everyone, for doing that. So I now invite each of your organisations to make a brief opening statement, should you wish to do so. And after that, we have questions to ask. And if we could make, with so many different participants, if we could make them fairly brief, please, that would be appreciated. So we'll do it in the same order. So Dr. Atmore.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. I acknowledge that I'm speaking from the lands of the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nations, and I pay my respect to those elders past, present and emerging, together with all First Nations people participating in this inquiry. Allied Health Professions Australia, or AHPA, previously made a submission to the Department of Social Services on the exposure draft version of the bill. We welcome many of the bill's proposed reforms as necessary for effective implementation of the Participant Service Guarantee, including proposed requirements for greater transparency and accountability and clearer timeframes associated with NDIS processes. However, AHPA is very concerned that both the content and the process of these legislative reforms has not been adequately informed by the principles of participant choice and control that the NDIA and the NDIS Act espouse. In terms of the process, would-be commentators on the reforms wishing to be thoroughly appraised of the implications of the exposure draft were required to read, analyse and in many instances cross-reference 16 different documents in a complex manner only easily negotiable by those legally trained. The time provided for this was 4 weeks. I'm a lawyer and I found that challenging. As demonstrated by the recent overwhelming public rejection of proposed independent assessments, it's important to take the time to get things right. It would be somewhat ironic if a tranche of reforms publicised as centring on the rights of people with disability to make decisions about their own lives in full partnership with the NDIA was forced back to the drawing board at a later stage. The short time for public comment is particularly salient given that some of the implications of the proposed changes are contentious and far from straightforward. Much of the devil of the bill is in the proposed detail of new or amended rules. These are not subject to the parliamentary process in the same manner as primary legislation, so we have no knowledge of any changes that may have been made to the rules that were proposed in association with the exposure draft. Our submission is therefore forced to operate on the assumption that the exposure draft's proposed rule changes will proceed following amendment of the Act. I do not propose to repeat the detail of our submission, but we did indicate that we would provide more comment on item 23, which concerns the CEO's power to vary a participant's plan. I've submitted our response to item 23 as a supplementary written submission, but essentially we support the rationale of the amendment in circumstances where the participant requests a variation, as this change was requested by participants. However, we oppose empowering the CEO to vary the plan on their own initiative. In contrast to the exposure draft, the bill now provides that regardless of whether the plan variation is on the CEO's own initiative or at the participant's request, each variation must be, quote, prepared with the participant, unquote. But the legislative wording and the explanatory memorandum do not sufficiently reassure us that there are adequate safeguards for participant choice and control, particularly because, as with so much of this bill, the detail will be in the rules made by the Minister, who will usually only have to consult with states and territories, not obtain their agreement to them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now go to Mr. Stevenson, and thank you for forwarding a copy of your opening statement, which we have received. So, Mr. Stevenson. You're on mute, I think.
Thank you again. So thank you very much, Senators. I'm Tony Stevenson. I'm the National CEO of Mental Illness Fellowship of Australia, and I acknowledge the traditional custodians, Turrbal people and Yagara people here in Bianjin, Brisbane, and acknowledge their continuing connection to land, sea and community. To start, I welcome the NDIS Amendment Bill and the changes that this will make for people living with psychosocial disability. MIFA is pleased to see that many of the proposed changes aim to implement the recommendations of the Tune Review. Today, my comments pertain to some of the sections relating to psychosocial disability. Overall, MIFA is pleased that the proposed legislative changes are an improvement on the current NDIS Act. However, I urge the committee to consider the further work needs to be done to establish agreed guidelines around the interpretation and implementation of the legislation. And I just want to emphasise again the comments of other speakers, both in this session and the previous session, of the need for further sector engagement and consultation. It's critical that the legislation can be interpreted consistently and applied appropriately for the benefit of people with psychosocial disability. There must be clarity for NDIA employees, healthcare providers and those working within mental health services and supports to ensure that people with psychosocial disability benefit and are not discouraged from engaging with the NDIS pathway. So some of the proposed wording and phrases will require further clarification. I've outlined those in my submission. Second part, and probably the most important issue for us to emphasise today, is the lack of any reference to recovery or the NDIS Psychosocial Disability Recovery Oriented Framework in the bill or in the explanatory statement. The NDIA has been working with the sector to develop and implement this NDIS recovery framework to enable recovery-oriented practice that can support better outcomes and choice and control for NDIS participants with psychosocial disability. Senators, the mental health sector has developed and improved the recovery approach. It's been the cornerstone of all services provided by community mental health organisations. We've worked very hard to influence the NDIA to adopt a recovery framework, and they have done so. And it's been done through their own research, and it is a really good framework. However, this critical piece of work is not mentioned in the bill, nor can we see any reference to the recovery framework in the rules. As a minimum, we recommend that the committee consider how the NDIS Psychosocial Disability Recovery Oriented Framework can be appropriately included or referred to in the NDIS Amendment Bill or the accompanying rules or operational guidelines. It's important that the recovery framework directs the implementation of the participant service guarantee for people with psychosocial disability. So again, thank you for the opportunity to appear today.
Thank you very much. National Disability Services, who is kicking off?
Thank you, Senator. National Disability Services is the peak industry organisation for non-government disability services. It represents service providers across Australia in their work to deliver high quality supports and life opportunities for people with disability. Its Australia-wide membership contains around 1,200 non-government organisations which support people with all forms of disability. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Legislating the participant service guarantee and reporting on performance is an important step to embed transparent timeframes for decisions that impact on participants and for those making an application to be a participant. We do note the very tight timeframes on submissions for these amendments. Service providers are also a critical part of the NDIS. They provide the supports participants are purchasing. They make claims for payments for those supports, and importantly, they identify problems with how the scheme is operating and can suggest improvements. Currently, service providers are bearing very large transaction costs associated with the administratively complex scheme process. By way of an example, a recent survey of providers of supported independent living supports indicated that amongst 57 of them, the debt of more than 30 days totaled over $35 million. This is due to ongoing negotiations when plans have been cut by the NDIA on SIL funding, and this occurs whilst the critical supports continue to be provided by the providers. We need a mechanism that will help to drive timely decision making. A solution has been recommended by the recent report by the Queensland Productivity Commission, i.e. the development of a provider guarantee as well. Related to this, NDS believes that providers should be listed in the principles as a partner in co-design activities undertaken by the NDIS. Providers are an integral part of the system. NDS acknowledges the changes made to limit the CEO's powers to vary a participant's plan between the exposure draft and this bill. However, the changes still do not clearly articulate the limits on the CEO's powers. We understand that these may be included in rules, which are unfortunately not currently available. And for this reason, we believe that the limits need to be stated explicitly in this bill. Another area of complexity are the rules. On this matter, NDS notes that the governance of the scheme is extremely complex and seemingly increasingly political. Simplifying these complex arrangements is desirable. With respect to the rules, NDS believes that Category D rules should only be used to improve the functioning of the scheme where they do not have a financial impact on the scheme or limit participant access, funding, or rights. Finally, we believe that this bill should include changes to strengthen Finally, we believe this bill should include changes to strengthen safeguards for participants. An important change would be to require all workers engaged to support a participant in a risk-assessed role to undergo an NDIS worker screening check. We also believe that it is time to restrict the delivery of some high-risk supports to registered providers only, and this should include supported independent living, short-term accommodation, and medium-term accommodation. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sinclair.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the traditional custodians of our land, Australia. I'd like to thank the opportunity to present today, and I will take that our submission as read, but wish to add the following. We are supportive of the simplification of the NDIS to the direct benefit of the participants, but we've been very disappointed that a very short time has been afforded to review it. Therefore, we cannot be certain that we've picked up on all the risks or concerns that are relevant to us. Since we've submitted, we've identified some additional concerns, some of which have been highlighted through the NDS submission, i.e. time delays for approval for the supply of AT. Although this is an operational issue with the NDIA, from what we've been able to ascertain, there are several elements contributing to the delays that need to be addressed by legislative framework reform, some of which would most likely be through the proposed CEA intervention powers suggested in the proposed bill. However, I'm unable to comment if this is true, as I have not cited the intended rules. The issues relate to when a quote is supplied for a piece of AT that is above the approved limits set out in the person's plan. Unless there is a plan review, a person's quote may sit on for an extended period without action, even if there is an agreement that the quoted assistive technology is reasonable and necessary. Often until the participant starts to ask questions, nothing happens. There are now hundreds of, if not thousands, of open AT quotes sitting in the NDIA system, primarily on the more complex end of the scale. I'm aware that a number of businesses who have not received an order to supply from the NDIA for participants for months. They are now laying off skilled staff, and some of the businesses are now on the brink. The industry has been severely damaged, particularly due to the complexity of the system and the lack of transparency and communication. This major issue of delay AT quotes approvals is also highlighted in the lack of practical communications to the parties involved, i.e. the participant is at what stage of the approval process is up to, the OT, have they been contacted if there's additional questions needed, and finally the supplier is often kept in the dark unless they've gained permission from the participant to chase up the quote on their behalf. The use of Privacy Act is very heavily used and information is often held back on that basis. Another possible point that has been asked for a number of years by myself and others, and even to this committee in previous sessions. That is to have a draft plan provided to the participant before it's finally approved. This would assist in the removing of any unintended errors before the plan is enacted. The problem is that when the plan is enacted, it cannot be changed until there's a plan review, or if it's going to be covered off by this intended approach through the bill with the CEO's intervention, and assuming that's within the rules. My last point is service guarantees. This should include a notice by email to all parties involved in the identified matter. And I'll cite the earlier issue when a quote is put in for a piece of assistive technology. At what point is it in its approval process? What are the hurdles, and are there any issues that need to be addressed? This does not happen. But thanks again, and I'm happy to take any questions both on my comments now and our submission.
Thank you very much. And our final submitter is Dr. Brooke.
Look, thank you so much. I would like to start by acknowledging the Gadigal of the Eora Nation and the lands of which each of us reside, and as the custodians of the land, and pay my respects to past and present and those emerging. Australian Community Industry Alliance welcomes the opportunity to provide a submission. We will take the submission as read. ACIA provides a national peak body representation of community care and support providers, including profit, not-for-profit and charitable organisations across about 100 provider organisations. The NDIS seeks to simplify the process and provide a more straightforward process. In doing so, they intend to remove legislative barriers, increase transparency and increase safeguards. Our feeling is that this isn't achieved. Explanation to that response is provided within our submission, but it's important to acknowledge the work that's been done within the Tune report. However, we acknowledge that not all recommendations of the Tune report have actually been encompassed within this submission, within this bill. We feel that the individual is just not supported enough. I acknowledge Laurie Lee's comments around the administrative costs. They are considerably more extensive than the providers initially thought, and I think the NDIS actually thought and would support an acknowledgement of that work. Our concerns, whilst the NDIS has actually got some really good goals, is that we are on a similar pathway to some of the aged care sector where non-compliance and neglect is significant. This is evidenced by the mortality risk, the level of complaints that are happening and the number of restricted practice. We note that there's over 1 million restricted practices in place this year, and this is just not supportive of choice and control and co-design methodology. Our main points of our submission are to acknowledge that we need a timely support of these support plans. We would suggest that you need an independent quality assurance committee to actually review and monitor the safeguards in place rather than the current systems that are presented within the bill. And would support the movement towards psychosocial disability. However, we acknowledge that there's a lot of evidence and information that's actually not supported and not provided by this bill to actually enact it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for your submissions and those opening statements. We will start with Senator Green if she's happy to kick off. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. And thank you everyone for your submissions. I appreciate that there was a very limited time for consultation on the bill itself, and then having to then provide a submission on a pretty complicated piece of legislation. We certainly appreciate it because we need to know the technicality behind it. Just very quickly, straight off the bat, in terms of section 47A, this is one that keeps coming up in submissions and relates to the CEO's power to vary a plan. Are you supportive of the decision to include the criteria for reassessment under section 47A in the rules, which I understand is a category D?
Is this an open question, Senator?
Yeah, I'm very much using open questions, and anyone who has that expertise should jump in.
Right. Look, we would say that anything that is even slightly critical to decision making around participants, including primarily their plans, should be in the legislation, the primary legislation, rather than the rules. And you know, as a number of witnesses have said today, there's a real problem, I think, with the way in which you know, what did once centre on the Act is now in danger of devolving to a process that's far less opaque and far more centralised in terms of being subject to the control of the CEO or the minister without much in the way of safeguards. So when it comes to key timeframes and certainly factors that should be considered that largely at the moment in the bill are devolved off to the rules, we prefer to see those in the Act, and we've made comments accordingly in our submission.
Thanks. I do have a specific question for ATSA. Just wondering about the impact you think it might have on access to and supply of assistive technology.
Look, it's having a catastrophic effect as we speak, and it's growing. I've been, how would you say, liaisoning with the NDIA since November last year, so over 12 months. This problem is slowly getting worse, and it's in regards to how a piece of equipment is supplied. I haven't been able to get right down to the bottom of it because the size and breadth of the organisation and unfortunately the consistency across the various offices within the NDIA has not helped matters either, and how some things are interpreted. But boiling it down to tin tacks, it depends if the person, at what point they're up to in regards to their plan review. And it comes down to, and I'll be very simplistic here, that if you had a $15,000 manual wheelchair, that's been approved in your plan, you go and get your assessment and you identify that the $15,000 wheelchair is no longer suitable because you've got some health changes and you may need additional devices added or different complexities added to that chair. It's now pushed the value of that chair to say 18 or 20,000. Clinically, it's justifiable. The person's in a chair, they need it, all that type of stuff. But because there's a financial gap between what's the approved plan and what is now necessary, unless the participant triggers a demand for that chair, nothing happens. It just sits there. I've got a number of members that have got in excess of 200 open quotes. Now, some of those quotes may not be required. The client may have changed their view or their circumstances have changed. That's fair. But there's no way of identifying whether or not these pieces of kit are still required. So coming back to your question in regards to the CEO's authority to step in, I would argue that having the ability just to do those budget changes when there is an obvious demonstration of need, I think that would be beneficial because that's an early intervention and a quick response. However, where it sits in the rule category or in the legislation, I think that's a different discussion point. But it appears that because of the system and the way it's structured, even well-intended NDIA personnel, their hands are tied. And that's causing great grief. I have a number of businesses that have laid off. I have one business that has had to lay off 6 highly technical staff because they're just not getting the orders through from the NDIA anymore. And they just can't get an answer out of the NDIA because of the various privacy requirements, and the persons involved haven't given the authority for them to follow up. So,
and I think that sort of brings us back to the Tune review. I can already preempt that when we do raise the limited amount of consultation with the department, that they'll say, well, most of this was in the Tune review anyway. That's something that they'll explain. But But the Tune Review made recommendations that this type of power would be in limited circumstances, and to fulfil the sort of need that you're talking about, Mr. Sinclair, where there's like almost like an urgent or emergency need to make a variation. But this is a wider power, isn't it? That something that is not wasn't foreseen or prescribed by the outcomes of the Tune Review.
Correct, and hence why I'm being very cautious to make sure that I frame the statement of at what level of intervention at what time, because I think that the plan is a contract with the client, that they should have involvement in that decision-making process. And if I use that example of that manual chair that went from $15,000 to $18,000, you would hope that the participant is involved with that discussion and is aware. So it's more of a practical or functional issue rather than a do they have access, is that chair to be purchased or not? It should be more of it's a functional, obvious problem to be solved. And I also flip to the fact is that sometimes plans are approved without the proper consultation and the wrong information has been ascertained. And so the plan is actually wrong from day one. And it's not identified until the quote process has gone through and there's a big gap. And then the only way to resolve that is the next plan. And how do you organise that? So to me, it's a double-edged sword that if you've got that, let's review the draft plan before it's finalised, you would knock out 90% of these problems and then you wouldn't require this intervention. But anyway, that's a personal view, but I think it's something that could have been addressed effectively in this bill. But I haven't got the strong enough evidence. I can only assume that that's the CEO's power, that it was going to be a one-fix-all approach.
Can I just, I mean, any other witnesses that the idea that the Tune Review was the consultation for these changes will, I assume, be put to us. But can I just get if anyone else has a view about whether these changes do go further than what was recommended from the Tune Review or divert a little bit from what was recommended?
I think there's an acknowledgement, Senator Green, that some of the Tune report hits the top of a few elements, but maybe didn't give the detail. And I think this bill grapples with what that detail should be and is trying to provide some gaps. But in context, operationally, it provides significant gaps for the actual sector. I think we've got to acknowledge that a few things, and to what Mr. Sinclair advised, we really need to be considering consideration for emergency provision and interim requirements while appeals are going on, while reviews are going on. One thing we're actually finding is that they do the initial assessment, and this is quite a substantial effort for participants and their family. Evidence is gathered. They don't get letters from practitioners, experts in the field. They don't get those lightly. And those requests and those requirements are often negated and flippantly from an administrative process, ignored in the plan, despite evidence from health professionals that things are needed. And I think we've got to acknowledge that some of the wording around the CEO's powers actually makes that decision-making far and trumps any professional advice that is actually coming to fruition in those support plan reviews. We note in the bill that it talks about the emphasis to just get one point of contact and not going back and forth and trying to gather that information. However, there's still a culture within the NDIS that is actually ignoring professional guidance as far as equipment, service provision, planning, and it really isn't consistent with best practice. It's an administrative process that's actually negating the quality of life and the choices of the participant in many cases. So the default position when the CEO is actually reviewing these needs to be that the plan is in place and it is potentially and should be written as an interim solution whilst that plan is in place. at the moment, appeals go on, and the actual plan can often be ceased for up to 2 years while they're actually in negotiations about what this should be. That's far too long for some of these complex needs and families that are just on the brink of collapse. They need to be acknowledging, we need to acknowledge and support that we can't expect miracles from the NDIS and the NDIA both. They should put an interim plan in, evaluate those interim plans if needed, but review that plan in a more considered manner rather than just stopping all processes and implementation in the meantime. So we really would encourage you to think of a default position for the CEO rather than stopping all services.
If I could just add to Dr. Brooks' comment, I think it's understandable that many participants see this bill as an act of bad faith. That I think that the bad faith view is that the Tune Review has been used as a vehicle to creep in a whole lot of other more opaque impacts that are really underpinned by the NDI's claim about financial unsustainability. And so they pave the way for future cost cutting and centralisation of power in the agency. And I'm afraid that, for a lot of providers and also participants, there's already a perception that the agency is an opaque and transigent beast, despite the fact that there are people with goodwill working inside it, and this really doesn't help. Also, if our submission, for example, addresses a couple of items where it's quite clear that the recommendation of the Tune Review has either been misinterpreted or has been changed in the bill.
Thanks. There's a really specific question, I guess, for Mr. Stevenson. There's been some questions about Sections 8 and 24 of the NDIS Amendment Bill. What further work do you think needs to be done to establish agreed guidelines for the interpretation of the terms that are being used, and why are they currently not suitable, particularly in the situation of where there's a mental health disability?
Well, I think firstly, a lot of the terms that have come into play with the NDIS are not terms that were necessarily a part of the narrative or the lexicon, if you like, for mental health. So we've invented new terms, and so even the term psychosocial disability is not necessarily a term that resonates with people generally. So what is positive is the recognition that a person living with a mental health condition may experience that in episodic ways, and there may not be the same capacity to test out all of the available treatments and whether they've been successful, whether they can or could be successful if a person has access to those. So, we start from that point that the philosophy behind all of that just never really suited mental health conditions to begin with. So while we can see an improvement in the understanding around all of that, it then introduces another layer then to try and take account of that. To understand what is meant by an impairment, what is meant by giving a person sufficient time to explore different treatments, and so on. So all of that is quite subjective. So I guess we'd be keen to come back to that. The idea behind it is positive. But, what does it actually mean? Not so much in the terminology created by the NDIS, but what does that mean in terms of people's actual experiences, how that's understood by people, and then to be able to incorporate that person's actual experience in the assessment of all of those things. And, you know, that's where we really can understand how permanent is this condition, how episodic is it, what treatments have been tried or not tried, and what might still be an untested treatment that may, you know, these are the sorts of things that have come up for people as reasons why they may not be suitable for the NDIS. And yet that doesn't relate to people's actual experiences. So to think about that, the fact that a person has lived with a high risk of homelessness for the majority of their life, that they have been isolated from family and isolated from community. So even as a result of that experience over many, many years, results in a particular set of needs, which even with a new, let's say a new therapy, if you like, coming into their lives, it's, you know, that's not really the answer to really reversing, I suppose, if you want to use that term, the lifetime experience of that person. So it's to understand that, and then to, you know, to apply that in an appropriate way. And of course, you know, that's where it becomes subjective. So it's positive to do it in that way, but then it's also difficult to do it in that way.
And just on the psychosocial disabilities, are you or any of our other witnesses today concerned that the changes that are being made through this bill that we are told will be put into the rules may limit access for people applying to the scheme who have those psychosocial disabilities? I'm sorry, it is a new term for me as well.
Yeah, look, I think however we structure it, we will come across situations that it doesn't meet well. And so again, we'd approach it in this way. You know, there are around about 800,000 people with a severe mental health condition in Australia. And so we look to the system as a whole to be able to respond to those people's needs appropriately. And yes, needs fluctuate and they change and they're unique and they're different. But it means that people have access to a range of supports, and that may include clinical support. It would certainly include psychosocial support. And it also absolutely needs to include a whole range of social supports. Now, the NDIS provides some of that for some of that group. So even to think about whether the legislation of the NDIS is going to restrict people from getting into the NDIS is probably, yes, that would be the case. But that's not the end of it. The thing is that we just don't have a system that does accommodate everybody's needs. We have always had that discussion: is the NDIS the right vehicle to provide support for people living with mental health conditions? And you know, that may or may not be revisited in the future. But at the moment, we're prepared to work with the NDIA to ensure that the NDIS is an appropriate support for a certain group of people.
Okay.
But that's not the end of the story. And we just need to always work around the edges of all of that. So, you know, the NDIS can't do everything for everybody. The main thing is that if the legislation or some other aspect prevents someone from getting into the NDIS, then there needs to be an adequate response sitting outside of the NDIS for that person. And that's what we don't have. And while we don't have that, while the NDIS is the main game or the only game, all of the concern is about people getting into the NDIS or being prevented from being in the, or the NDIS is not providing an appropriate response. And the main reason we have that discussion is that we don't have a national psychosocial support program sitting outside of the NDIS that can accommodate people whose needs may not be as as high at this particular point in time to get to reach the benchmark to get into the NDIS.
Thanks, Mr. Stevenson. I do understand the point that you are making. I think that's not something I had thought about before, so thank you. I'll leave it there, Chair. I know other senators have questions.
Thank you. And we'll go straight to Senator Steele, John. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So in relation to, I'll first go to NDS. So your view, just so that I'm clear, is that that the proposed rules setting out well, first of all, that there should be limitations on the CEO power, and that those limitations should be set out clearly in the Act rather than in the rules of the scheme. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Senator. So yes, there should certainly be limits on the CEO powers, and that they need to be clearly articulated in the bill. We are concerned that the lack of trust within the system at the moment means that the CEO powers should not be a Category D rule, but be one that requires agreement.
And category rules, Category D being the Commonwealth can make the rules, it just has to consult with the states and territories, and then the only parliamentary recourse being that the Senate can decide that they are disallowed if they really hate them, but that's it in terms of mechanistic process. I'm wondering also, we've had it raised very clearly with us today by Professor Bonyhady that there is a great concern in relation to Section 14, where now Section 14 goes to the funding of participants, the provision by the NDIA of funding to participants or entities, and there are currently no rules, scheme rules within that section, and there are proposed a bunch of scheme rules, which, given funding to individuals and entities, is a massive part of what the NDIS does. It's got some pretty, Professor Bonyhady puts to us, pretty profound implications, and he has suggested that taken together, these sections, along with Section 48, constitute the most significant change to the NDIS since its inception, most significant legislative change. Have you been previously aware of the Section 14 issues? Do you share concerns around that, those proposed rules in that section?
Apologies. I might pass to my colleague Philippa for the detail on that. I think probably it is worth noting that there are some significant changes being suggested by this legislation, and that overall the timeframes, which I heard the advocate groups talking about before, has meant that it is very difficult for all groups to provide a good level of scrutiny and submissions back. But if it's all right, I might pass to my my head of policy for the specific response to the Section 14 question.
Yes, of course.
Good afternoon. I acknowledge Laurie's comment about the limited time to make a comment on this bill. Section 14 is an interesting one. There is one part of it that we do support, and we do support the fact that the amendments will allow funding to be provided to persons or entities to improve early intervention supports to assist those families to start accessing early intervention supports prior to going through the planning process. That's a really important improvement to the scheme. We've heard over past years how long some families were waiting to get assistance. I think we'll limit our comment to that component, and that if you want us to provide any other comment, we'll take that on notice.
Okay, I just wonder with Section 14, and I really do understand you haven't had a lot of time to look at it, and this is part of the problem. But I'm assuming, given NDS's, role representing your members who deliver services in the sector, certainty around, funding processes to entities and individuals is really important to you, as well as what may or may not be knocked out of a plan by a variation. And therefore, would you like to see both the limitations around the CEO variation powers and the circumstances process for funding of entities and individuals, similarly articulated clearly in the Act to enable your organisational members to have that certainty. Do you think that that would be useful?
I think that it could be useful, but we definitely wouldn't want it spelled out in the Category D rule. But I think that my reading of the explanatory memorandum was that this change was primarily to enable funding to be provided to some early intervention providers in particular, to enable them to start providing services to young children while they were waiting to get a plan. That in itself would be a good thing, because we know that these children are waiting sometimes far too long to get assistance. If indeed Section 14 is much broader than that, we would need to go back and have another look at it.
Okay. Ms. Laurie, would you like Lee, would you like to, Ms. Lee, would you like to add to that?
I was just going to make a general comment that, as in our introduction, the financial pressures on providers at the moment and the cost-cutting measures that have been placed by the NDIA mean that any better surety and transparency about decision-making would be welcomed.
Yeah, I can absolutely imagine that, because I primarily began looking at this legislation through the lens of what it meant for participants. Obviously, the more we've looked and the more evidence I've heard today, it also occurs to me pretty significantly that if we don't bring these rules and limitations into the legislation or put them as Category A decisions, then that uncertainty created by that process not only affects the participant, but it also affects providers who are seeking to meet demand in the disability sector as it expands. I don't know how you develop a new service with any certainty, knowing that the agency could, through the variation powers, for instance, simply just go through and knock something out of somebody's plan. I think would that be a concern that you would share?
So I would say our experience currently is that plans can be reviewed at very short notice and have significant impact both for the person, the participant, and also for the provider attempting to provide those services. And as I said in the opening statement, we have had a recent survey of some of our supported independent living members. 57 of them reported back to that and reported that with plan cuts that they were, in dispute or discussion with the NDIA about, they were owed $35 million, and that's, through less than 60 providers. That is a significant impact on providers' viability and cash flow and financial stability.
Hugely. Mr. Sinclair, I can see you've got your hand up, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Senator Steele. One of the key points that I would sort of like to raise at this conjecture is in regards to consumer law and contract law. Now, if there's a contract being engaged into, I'm hoping that this bill would not dilute or override such contract legislation or legislative law. In our submission, I highlighted the fact that a company in good faith starts to assemble a bespoke piece of assistive technology, and by the stroke of a pen, that's not required anymore. There will be very high commercial impacts, both to the company that acted in good faith. And I would suggest that the NDS would fall into that same category, that services are provided in advance in good faith and set up to be provided in readiness for the client in good faith. And so a stroke of a pen really takes that faith away, and then it would turn around that it'd be money up front again, rather than the 30 days in arrears that currently is being. So it's almost winding the clock back would happen, but block funding would come back at 100 miles an hour.
Yes, indeed. Look, can I ask you, I'll put this question to others that have been been before us today. We as legislators may be confronted with the need to vote on this legislation potentially in the last 2 weeks of the year if the government decides to push it. Given the concerns that you have and that others have shared, I suppose we have a couple of options as a committee, right? We could say we don't agree with any of the concerns that have been said to us. We should greenlight the bill and it should go through. We could say that we think it should be postponed and remade. We could also say that given the level of concern that has been raised and the need to do radical things like see the rules before we pass the law, that we think that the bill should be delayed and further developed in consultation with the community, with service providers, etc. Would you be able to give us a bit of a steer as to which one of those options you would recommend? And I see we've got Miss Brooks.
Look, thank you. I'm going to the latter of your options. I think there needs to be some consultative work. You need to see the rules. It feels like there's a lot of hidden agendas in the current bill that we just don't know. You look at the intent of the NDIS being removing legislative barriers, transparency and increasing safeguards, and that in my mind has not necessarily been achieved in the current draft. I'm not saying the intent wasn't there, but I do think that there needs to be significantly more work to actually acknowledge the background and the intent behind some of these. And there are, there's a dozen or so significant areas that possibly need some further work.
Thank you. And we've also got Ms. Atmore.
Senator, yes, we would support Dr. Brooks' comments about going for the last option, basically because we think that it's much bigger than this bill. That the whole principle of choice and control and its links to human rights and how that's supposed to be enacted is contradicted by both the process and the content of this bill. And if the agency and the Act are to be taken genuinely about those themes, this bill is not it, and we've already seen with independent assessments what damage has been done to the relationship with participants and some providers. The agency needs to put its money where its mouth is and genuinely commit to co-design and choice and control, which means going back to the drawing board.
Thank you. Ms. Sinclair?
Yeah, that's okay. Senator, I would also concur that I don't think we need to throw the baby out with the washwater. I think it just needs a bit more consultation and refinement. I think there are some good points in the bill, but unfortunately the devil is in the detail, and I think that's where the hesitation is from my perspective, and that's my pickup from a lot of others, that it's more the speed. I think it can be resolved in a positive way, but I think it needs to be truly consulted, not a 5-second warning.
Needs a bit more time in the oven, by the sound of it. I've got Lee Sinclair, and then I'm getting a wrap up from the chair, so I'll have to leave it
Thank you, Senator. I would suggest that NDS would be happy if the bill were delayed for further consultation. There are some significant concerns within the sector, both from participants and certainly from providers. And I don't think there has been sufficient time for really a good unpicking of some of the proposed amendments to be able to have a look and see what the impact of those would be.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
I noticed that Mr. Stevenson still had his hand up as well, so I'll give him the last.
Sorry, I didn't hear you on the other screen. Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry, Mr. Stevenson. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, just to add to that sentiment, I agree that more work needs to be done. I think that the urgency is being by sort of financial sustainability. So not just to refine some of the detail, which we believe more work needs to be done on, but also to come back to what is the true intent of the NDIS, which is an actuarial model to invest now with certainty and invest in what is required now to enable a person to contribute and participate, and to do that in a way that the evidence would suggest would actually reduce the outlays of government in the future. And I think, you know, what's happening now is that the brakes are being put on because there's a fear of sustainability of the scheme, rather than to come back to what the government and, you know, not just the current government, but all governments who have been involved in the NDIS, what they actually believe the NDIS is about. It's about investing now so that government outlays are reduced in the future and revenues are increased through taxation payments and so on, freeing up the productivity of carers. That has to be considered in this balance. I would always want the role of the Quality and Safeguards Commission to have a systemic role as well, because their role is to think about quality, which is the balance to thinking about cost. And that would be a positive aspect of any further work as well.
Thank you very much. And so on that note, we will wrap up this section. So thank you everyone for your evidence today and for taking your time and for making your submissions, as well as for your time today. We're reporting back to the Senate on the 25th of November. So if there is any extra additional information that you think of you'd like to provide to the committee, please feel free to do so by the close of business on the 17th of November. And the committee will now suspend and will resume at 3:15 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ACT Government and the Western Australian Department of Communities. Thank you very much for appearing before us today. I'm Wendy Askew, Chair of the committee, and I have Senator Steele-John and Senator Green online as well. I remind witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Before we begin, can I please ask you to state your name and the capacity in which you appear for the benefit of the Hansard transcript? And we'll start with the Minister from ACT.
Hi, Emma Davidson, ACT Minister for Disability.
Thank you. And we've got Ms. Moore.
C. Moore, Deputy Chair of the Disability Reference Group.
Okay, and do we have I can see there's a third person in the ACT group, is that right?
Yes, Ellen Dunn. I'm the Executive Branch Manager of the Office for Disability in the Community Services Directorate ACT Government.
Thank you very much. And the Western Australian Department of Communities.
Marion Hales MacDonald. I'm the Assistant Director General of the Office of Disability within the Department of Communities.
Thank you.
And I will swing my screen.
Okay.
Michael Dombrose, I'm the Principal Legislation Officer in the Office of Disability. Richard Slattery, Strategic Policy Manager with the Office of Disability.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. So I now invite each of the departments to make a brief opening statement if you wish to, and then after that we'll invite committee members to ask some questions. So if we'd like to start with the ACT.
Thank you. Yuma, which is hello in Ngunnawal language. I acknowledge that we're here today, well, I'm here today on the land of the traditional custodians of this region, the Ngunnawal people and the neighbouring Ngambri and Narragaow people, and this always was and always will be Aboriginal land, and sovereignty was never ceded. So I pay my respects to First Nations elders past and present and acknowledge them for their nurturing of future leaders. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the proposed amendments to the NDIS. I also want to thank Deputy Chair of the ACT Disability Reference Group, C. Moore, and Ellen Dunn from the ACT Office for Disability for being here with me today to answer any of your questions. I spoke at the May hearing of the Joint Standing Committee inquiry into independent assessments about the importance of changes to the NDIS being co-designed with people with disability, the principles of choice and control, and the importance of decisions about what's funded in an NDIS plan being based on evidence provided by treating clinicians, support workers, families and carers with a known established relationship with the NDIS participant. The disability community expended an enormous amount of time and energy advocating to protect the original intent of the NDIS and prevent the introduction of independent assessments. And I thought we had closed this unnecessary chapter on independent assessments at the July 2021 Disability Reform Ministers meeting when we agreed, and I'm quoting from the official communique, Ministers agreed independent assessments would not proceed. Ministers agreed to work in partnership with those with lived experience of disability through the Independent Advisory Council and disability representatives on the co-design of a new person-centred model that delivers consistency and equity in access and planning outcomes consistent with the legislative requirements for assessments as set out under the National Disability Insurance Scheme 2013 Act. I'm very disappointed to be here today telling you that once again it's necessary for the disability community to advocate for the protection of the NDIS. But I will do this as loudly as is necessary and as often as is necessary until this federal government understands how strongly we believe in the human rights of people with disability to have choice and control over their lives and the supports that they need. So before I summarise the amendments with which I have concerns, I just want to state the context in which the consultation for these amendments occurred. By the end of July, ACT people with disability and their advocates and supporters were just beginning to recover from a long and difficult campaign against independent assessments and the constant attempts to reframe the NDIS as if it were a financially unsustainable welfare system. And then on 12 August, the ACT went into a 3-month COVID lockdown. As of 7 October 2021, 58 cases were linked to the disability sector, including 24 people with disability who are NDIS participants and 30 disability support workers. As of 12 October, there were 15 disability support providers, including 1 school for children with disability connected with COVID cases. Cases have continued to occur in the disability community since then and will continue for as long as this virus remains within our community. I cannot stress to you enough how hard this has been for people with disability and their family and friends. These are the people most at risk from the health complications relating to this virus. I genuinely struggle to think about the impact of this virus within our disability community in the ACT. I simply cannot accept that this will happen to people we know and love. We're doing absolutely everything we can in the ACT to protect and support our disability community through this. Now, I'm normally quite an optimistic person, powered by the renewable energy of radical love and kindness, but if I'm feeling this distressed about the COVID outbreak that began in August, I can only imagine how emotionally draining and deeply traumatising it has been for people whose health is most at risk. And in the middle of all this, Minister Reynolds gave us 4 weeks to consult with a community in lockdown on changes she had said would be non-controversial, but of course they're not. This was an opportunity to rebuild trust, and instead we have this. I asked her to show some kindness to the ACT disability community and allow us more time so we didn't have to ask people who were and still are exhausted and stressed to give their time and energy for these consultations. Just a bit more time, that's all. The Minister did not give us more time, and so here we are. The changes we're talking about in these amendments open the door once again to funding decisions made on the basis of tools or algorithms and putting people with disability into boxes through the potential for plans to be varied or reassessed by the CEO of the NDIA without the consent of the participant. This has just as much potential as independent assessments to grow the existing inequity gap, leaving even more of those least able to self-advocate at the mercy of an increasingly difficult to manage system. Sections 47A and 48 provide the CEO with unprecedented power. Section 47A gives the power to vary a person's NDIS plan and 48 to reassess it. Moreover, the bill enables the two to be linked, giving the CEO power to reassess a plan that has had a variation request. This could result in significant reduction in budgets, and we fear a CEO might use these powers to reduce overall expenditure and pursue a cost containment strategy. These powers are quite out of step with the recommendations of the Tune Review. In addition, a CEO own initiative variation under section 47A subsection 1 part A and part C and reassessment under section 48 subsection 5 must have regard to a set of rules that are decided by the Commonwealth Minister for the NDIS, not in agreement with the state and territory partners in the scheme. A requirement to consult is not the same as a requirement to reach consensus. This watering down of the state-Commonwealth partnership is not acceptable. The level of power this hands to the CEO is not acceptable, especially in the context of the lack of trust the community has with the federal government and the NDIA right now. But even more important, when we legislate powers, we must have regard to how those powers could potentially be used or misused by unknown future office holders. This is far too much power to be concentrated into the hands of a CEO or one minister. Finally, this was a missed opportunity to genuinely rebuild the relationship with the disability community through a true co-design process, one where there's enough time to reach a consensus on the problems to be solved and find our shared values. As I said earlier, I am an optimist, and I still believe that we can make changes to the NDIS that stay true to its original intent of choice and control for people with disability, but also address some of the issues that have emerged in its first years of operation. To do that, we need time to sit down together, states and Commonwealth, and most importantly, people with disability, and have an open and honest conversation about what we are trying to achieve and the difficulties we need to overcome. And I believe we can overcome anything if we can work together on this. But these amendments and the way in which this process has been run is not even remotely the right way to do it. And so I'm putting my hope in this committee to listen to and understand our concerns, and we're in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Western Australia, is Ms Hales McDonald?
Thank you. And may I first pay my respects and our respects to the custodians of the land on which we meet, the land of the Whadjuk Noongar people, paying our respects to their elders past and present, and working with those emerging. Thank you for the opportunity to actually appear before this committee. And the WA Department of Communities, which I will refer to as communities from now on, thanks the committee for this opportunity. Like other jurisdictions, WA is a partner, co-funder and co-governor of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Communities, on behalf of the state government, has maintained an ongoing interest and involvement in the Australian government's endeavours to streamline processes and improve the experience of participants in the NDIS. In late 2019, Communities collated a whole of WA government submission to the Tune review of the NDIS. In early 2020, we again collated a whole of government submission in response to the March 2020 version of the bill that incorporated the recommendations from the Tune review. On the 7th of September in 2021, the Honourable Minister Linda Reynolds wrote to states and territories and provided the updated bill and related rules immediately prior to the commencement of a 4-week consultation process. Communities again took the opportunity to analyse the proposed amendments and coordinated a whole of government response. The 2021 submission, which we have submitted, conveyed support from the WA state agencies for the amendments in the bill that are non-contentious and consistent with the March 2020 version of the bill and WA's previous submission in this regard. However, the short consultation timeframe on the updated bill has adversely affected WA state agencies' ability to provide comprehensive input on all aspects of the proposed amendments. Firstly, the Australian government, states and territories are co-funders and co-governors of the scheme. The proposed amendments must, and the consultation should have, recognised this and enabled due diligence and equal involvement. The bill's implementation should strengthen rather than diminish the cross-jurisdictional partnership, especially given the role that especially given the central role of the states and territories in operationalising the NDIS in each jurisdiction. The potential risks generating through the proposed centralising of key decisions on funded supports away from the co-governance responsibilities of all jurisdictions leaves the door open for unilateral decisions that could compromise people with disabilities' choice and indirectly force moves to less independent and more shared living arrangements reflective of the legacy approaches of the disability sector. Secondly, the core principles of the NDIS include participant choice and control and participant-centred processes. The amendments in the bill should reflect these principles. And to that end, participants should be being given more time and opportunity to fully consider the proposed changes and enabled to contribute feedback. This could have gone some way to restoring public trust, which was significantly eroded with the proposed introduction of the now defunct Plan for Independent Assessments. I will now go on to address and explain community-specific concerns expressed in the submission to the committee. In relation to our concerns, a primary concern is the prescription of the Category D rules. It was expressed in our submission to the Commonwealth Department of Social Services and to this inquiry, and it very much relates to the changes in the categorisation of Rules A to D. The bill introduces provisions for plan variation at Section 47, plan reassessment at Section 48, and the provision of financial assistance from the NDIA in Section 14. These mechanisms and processes are central to the participant experience and are supported by WA. However, the bill prescribes the rules regarding the NDIA's consideration for providing financial assistance through Section 14 and the matters the Chief Executive must have regard to when varying or reassessing the plans and when making decisions under these sections. The issue being that they're stated as being Category D rules under Section 29. Category D rules only require the Australian Government to consult with states and territories for the rules to be made or amended, and the consent of the jurisdictions is not required. And I would note that in terms of Section 48 that was in the earlier bill, that the section on reviews, Section 48, has been removed and replaced with the concept of variation under 47A and reassessment under 48, Section 48. But the intent is still the same. It would have the effect of changing the participants' right to vary their plan. And the fact that it is actually addressed as variation under Category D means that there is unilateral decision-making from the Commonwealth with no consultation or need for involvement and the decision-making with the states and territories who are co-governors and co-funders of this scheme. Having Section 14, 47A and 48 rules listed as Category D rules means that the development MOV and any subsequent approaches to narrow or broaden considerations relating to plan variations and reassessments and the power of the NDIA to grant financial assistance to certain groups of participants or children under 7 can be made by the Australian Government unilaterally without considering the feedback of the territories and the states. These matters affect key aspects of the participants' experience under the NDIS. Communities hold concerns that excluding jurisdictions from involvement in developing these key aspects will undermine the collaborative intent and shared governance arrangements and weaken key improvements to the participant experience introduced by the bill. Consequently, communities on behalf of the WA Government continues to advocate for category provisions regarding plan variation, plan reassessment, and the provision of financial assistance from the NDIA to be set as Category A rules, requiring unanimous agreement from the states and the territories. This will ensure the scheme's shared governance and provide the community with an assurance that decisions relating to the participant experience will be made jointly and not unilaterally, which was a key concern in the public debate around the previously proposed independent assessment approach. So, some other concerns and queries are timeframes for at-risk, urgent or crisis situations. Scheme 1 of the bill legislates the participant service guarantee to streamline processes and introduce timeframes to improve the participant experience, and this intent is supported. However, Communities on behalf of the WA government continues to seek clarity as to how the guarantee will coexist with areas like the risk prioritisation matrix and assumptions that participants facing hospital discharge do not need quick or urgent access to the NDIS because hospitals are considered a safe place of accommodation. Without this clarity, improvements intended by the guarantee will not be achieved for participants in at-risk situations. These cohorts need more immediate timeframes to be legislated to ensure prompt access to reasonable and necessary support. The implications of Schedule 3 are particular to WA, but Schedule 3 of the bill makes the legislation more contemporary by, for example, removing the reference to trial and transition. However, WA still has a transition bilateral agreement with the Australian government, as WA only reaches full scheme in 2023. The reference to full scheme amendments create uncertainty about the impact of Schedule 3 in WA, and this uncertainty may mean that Schedule 3 is misinterpreted or applied differently in WA, contrary to the intention of the proposed amendment to remove ambiguity. It could also further reduce the NDIS social capital, particularly in WA. Communities on behalf of the WA continues to seek clarity as to the intended meaning of the full scheme and assurance it will not impact WA's transition to full scheme in 2023, nor restrict or adversely affect access to the NDIS for West Australian participants. Just a couple of others. In implementing the bill to maximise benefit, the premise is to improve the participant experience with the NDIS, and the success of this will depend on the implementation and application of the amendments. If the NDIS policy, operational guidelines and practices are not reviewed to be consistent with the guarantee and other amendments, the improvement of the participant experience cannot and will not be realised. It is noted that many of the areas in legislation are intended to be developed in the rules, and it will be important for participants, states and territories to have input into the rules to ensure they align with the intent of the guarantee. There is no indication of sanction or participant recompense if the NDIA fails to meet the timelines in the guarantee, and the bill must be implemented and operationalised in a manner that's most beneficial for NDIS participants and their families and carers. Within the proposed bill, Communities has already informed the committee about subsequent changes in Section 2 of the bill regarding the Act's commencement date. At the time of drafting the WA submission, the exposure draft prescribed that the whole of the Act would commence on the 7th day after Royal Assent. The bill, as introduced in Parliament, kept this commencement date for some sections, but provides that other sections are to commence on the later of A, the day after the end of the period of 3 months beginning on the day of Royal Assent, and B, 1st of April 2022. The reason is that the implications of the differing commencement dates are unclear, and without explanation it's difficult to determine the intent and effect of this change on purported improvements to the participant experience in NDIS. So in summary, concerns persist, and while Communities notes that prior to introduction in Parliament, subsequent amendments to the bill addressed most of the main concerns in the WA submission, The persisting concerns include the prescription of the Category D rule in the bill, lack of confirmation about the impact of Schedule 3, timeframes for urgent of crisis situations, and how the bill will be operationalised to maximise improvements. Communities also queries why there are differing Schedule 2 commencement dates when the bill is introduced. On behalf of the WA Government, Communities again thanks the committee for the opportunity to appear.
Thank you. We'll go straight to Senator Green for some questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. One of my first questions was how you felt about the consultation, but I think that's been made pretty clear, particularly by yourself, Ms. Davidson, or Minister Davidson, sorry. Look, can I just understand, in terms of when you received the bill and when you were required to provide that consultation, did you, I think from WA you said you got it one day and then the consultation period started the next day, and you had 4 weeks to provide feedback. Was that the same for the ACT?
Yes, that's correct. We had 24 hours notice that the consultation would begin, and that was the first that we saw.
And that was during the lockdown, the height of the lockdown period in the ACT?
That is correct.
And I imagine that a majority of your department and officials, and probably most of your energy, was going to vaccinating members of the disability community in the ACT at that time.
There was quite a lot of work going on in the Office for Disability during that period. It wasn't just the vaccinations, it was also trying to provide support to people, intensive case support for people who were NDIS participants that had either become close contacts or were COVID positive, and workforce support, making sure that everyone was trained with PPE. There was quite a lot going on.
Mm. And you spoke about the impact that the independent assessments process has had on the trust that people have in not only the agency but also the Minister and the government at the moment. Is that breach of trust, is that what is leaning towards concerns around the fact that we don't have the final version of the proposed rules? Have you been provided any final version of the proposed rules?
I have not, but in terms of going to trust and what it is that is the issue for us, I might pass to C if that's okay. C is Deputy Chair of the ACT's Disability Reference Group.
Yes, certainly in terms of trust, I think it's not so simple as that. There have been some efforts after the independent assessments process to start rebuilding trust. I believe some workshops have been held with representative organisations to talk about what co-design would look like going forward, and introducing the Participant Services Guarantee and principles in the Act around co-design speak to some intent to improve co-design and consultation going forward. And even the department coming and talking to the Disability Reference Group about the amendments and the bill shows some effort being put forward, but the short time frame further kind of undermines those efforts towards rebuilding trust. So it's quite complex, and there are numerous reasons why that trust isn't there after the independent assessments process. It continues to be undermined by things like these short time frames. And certainly the CEO powers are also coming out of a tune review recommendation being taken and broadened beyond what was initially recommended, which is how we ended up with the independent assessments concept. And so there's sort of echoes of that's come up again.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's sort of what we've heard today, evidence provided, is certainly that the idea that a lot of powers in the bill will become Category C or D rules has raised concerns for stakeholders. But perhaps you could comment or provide some advice to the committee about how that will impact agreement from the states and territories. So if a power is located in a category C or D rule, what does that mean in terms of needing agreement from states and territories and consultation going forward?
I might ask Ellen Dunn to answer that question on behalf of ACT, if that's okay.
Thank you, Minister. A Category D rule requires no agreement by any jurisdiction. Basically, it's folded up in the area of consultation. So consultation could basically mean a letter from the minister, the federal minister, to state and territory ministers advising of changes. Category C requires majority agreement. So not all of the jurisdictions and states need to agree, but there needs to be a majority agreement to the change in that rule category. Category A requires unanimous agreement, and that is probably why there has been so much discussion today about the need for Category A rules to be applied to these changes.
And from a WA perspective, that's obviously the concern, isn't it? That putting these significant powers in a Category D rule sort of undermines the idea that the NDIS is not only co-design but co-governments. You're nodding, but we can't get that on Hansard. I'm very sorry.
Oh, apologies. Sorry. Could you repeat that for me?
I was the question. I was just seeing if the representatives from Western Australia had anything to add to that.
No, we would concur with that or identification, and the perspective of the unilateral decision making by the NDIA should it become a Category D, or the potential for unilateral decision making should it become a Category D rule.
Right, and I guess this is my last question, and I'll hand over to other senators. This is really what I'm understanding from the evidence that you've given. Are you concerned that these changes are an increase in the government's overall control of the scheme? And what will be the impact, I guess, on your government's willingness to continue to participate and jointly fund on the arrangements of the scheme if the Commonwealth is able to ram through changes that you are not otherwise able to, be consulted on?
So I think from the ACT's point of view, we contribute an enormous amount of our budget towards the NDIS. For the rules to be changed about who can be supported and how they can be supported under that scheme without our participation in setting those rules would be completely unacceptable. It's just not going to be a very workable way to move forward in a state-Commonwealth partnership.
Thank you. That's pretty clear. I might leave that there, Chair. I know other senators have questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Steele, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First to Ms. Alice McDonald, we're both from WA and both familiar with the particular historical context of Western Australia's entry into the NDIS. It was a kind of a thought process in some ways, but there was a level of community concern about how much of the scheme would be run and how much decision making would be run from places not in WA. And part of the way that we allayed those concerns was the reality that this scheme would be not only that it would be co-run between the states and the territories. So I'm guessing that when it comes to your concern about Category A, Category C and Category D, one of the aspects of that concern is effectively a loss of WA's ability to influence those national decisions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. WA has always seen itself as, and always been part as, a co-funder and co-governor and co-decision maker with other states and territories together with the Commonwealth Government.
And can you remind the committee how much the WA contributes to the NDIS annually? Have you got those figures to hand?
I will have to take that on notice, but can indicate that it is just under 1 billion at the moment. The specifics I would need to get to the committee.
That's okay. If you could provide that on notice, that'd be useful to us. And the same question for you, Minister Davidson. Have you got the figure in relation to the ACT's contribution to the scheme?
I don't have the exact figure to hand, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. The point being, of course, is that you're putting a lot of your budget into a scheme, and therefore have an expectation that you are an integral part of the decision-making process around that scheme. Is that correct, Ms. Hales-McDonald?
Yes, that's correct.
And the same for you, Minister Davidson?
Yes, so the impact for the ACT is that if we're contributing such a large amount from our budget towards the NDIS, but then the NDIS changes the rules so that people are not able to access the level of support that they had previously been able to access, then the ACT is left trying to support people's human rights and support their needs with less funding available to us to do that. And that's just not a reasonable position for us to be put in.
And Minister Davidson, you said at the committee earlier in your evidence that you'd reached out to Minister Reynolds and attempted to explain that due to the COVID context and other factors, one of which being that 4 weeks is a short period of time, that an extension to the ACT's timeframe for feedback to this legislation was something that you had requested. Have you ever received a response to that request?
Oh, let me just check whether have we received a response in writing or was it verbal?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Yeah, I think the other difficulty we were having is that apart from just the logistics of trying to get a consultation together within that 4-week period, is that the frame of mind of people when they're going through a really serious existential crisis relating to the virus, and trying to talk to them about, big strategic long-term things that will affect their whole life. That is not the time to do it. People are not in the right frame of mind to be able to participate fully when they're actually dealing with, the crisis that's right in front of them right now.
And there has been a lot of conversation, Minister Davidson, about the new CEO powers under 47A. And there has been some pushback from the Commonwealth, and I suspect we're about to hear it later in the day that these are existing powers and not new powers, and that there exists in the legislation already appropriate protections, and those protections will be further enshrined in legislative instruments. What's your response to that fundamental contention that this is not a new thing and people are being unnecessarily concerned by this change?
Frankly, after the experience that the community has had with previous consultations on things like independent assessments and exposure drafts being released to various media outlets, but the state partners not being able to see it, and all of that carry on, to have people saying trust us, it's okay, kind of doesn't really cut it for me. And I'm going to need something a little bit more concrete than that. And our reading and understanding of the amendments in the bill are that these actually are an unprecedented level of power for the CEO, and we can see ways in which they could be misused. Now, it's very nice that the current CEO and the current Commonwealth Minister are saying that they don't believe that that's how they would be used, but we have to think about, well, who might be in those positions in the future? And when there is that much power concentrated in one individual, if you pick the wrong individual for the job, you've got a problem.
And can I ask you, because I know we're running out of time a bit, there's an old idea of the Senate as the representative body of the states in the federal parliament, and we will be asked as senators to potentially vote on this piece of legislation in the coming sitting period. We very much hope, I very much hope that the evidence you give today will help shape recommendations that the government accepts, but there is a potential that this legislation is put before the Parliament without the amendments you have suggested and with these critical aspects remaining as Category D provisions and without legislative clarification. In that situation, I'll go to the ACT first. Is it your view that the legislation unamended should pass, not pass, or be delayed for further consultation?
In its current state, I think that it would create quite a high level of risk through that concentration of power that I was talking about earlier. I would also really like to see that genuine co-design that was promised to us. I think that we are capable of it. We did it in the beginning when we created the NDIS. We can do it again. The Commonwealth and the states and the disability community can come together and we can create something beautiful. We've done it before and we can do it again. Would you agree with me, C?
Absolutely. We certainly did it before in the creation of the NDIS, and I think that despite the COVID lockdowns and the short time frame, the community has showed out in droves to talk about this. And we're sitting at the table and waiting for the agency and the minister to come and talk to us. There are lots of ideas, lots of opportunities here to improve the scheme. Even within this bill, we can talk about opportunities that could be missed if we don't seize on them.
I know it sounds to me like that will take longer than over the next 10 days. Would it be the view that, at least a delay, a pause to consult further with the states and territories and disabled people until kind of the first half of next year would be a wise way to proceed?
I think that would be a really beautiful way to start to rebuild that trust and build the relationships. I think that would go a long way towards repairing some of the damage that has been done over the last couple of years.
Definitely agree.
Fantastic. Ms. Howard-McDonald, have you got anything are you able to provide us with a view as to which would be WA's preference?
That would be something I would need to actually consult with my minister on, as that would be a position of government, and our position has been placed in the submission that you have before you.
Yes, of course. Could you take that on notice and maybe provide an answer back to the committee? So as to whether a delay would be, whether the bill should pass in its current form is question number one. And then question number two is whether the legislation should be delayed for further consultation with the states and territories. And thirdly, whether WA support for the bill is contingent on actually seeing the rules referenced in the bill. Because I think that is a concern you flagged in your submission. But I'm just interested to know whether that's actually something that you are asking the Commonwealth for, to see the bill, the rules that we're referring to here.
We can certainly take that notice and provide the committee with a response.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Is there anything finally that Seymour would like to contribute to the proceedings? I know it takes a lot to prepare for these meetings. Is there any final observations you'd like to share with us?
I think my main message is that the agency really needs to be doing all they can to rebuild trust right now. And as I said earlier, there have been some first steps taken that have been undermined by parts of this process. And I'd really like to see them take a step back and continue that path towards co-design that we were promised when the independent assessments were stopped.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you everybody for your evidence today. We have run out of time. I noticed that we've had a few questions taken on notice, and if you have any other additional comments that you'd like to provide through to the Secretariat, please feel free to send that as well. We will be reporting to the Senate on the 25th of November, so questions on notice should be received by the Secretariat by close of business on the 17th of November. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
Thanks. Just checking whether we have our next witness. Not sure that we have the Department of Social Services unless they're in the room. Mr. Hoffman, welcome. Okay. So I'm just confirming that we do have everybody that we're expecting from the Department of Social Services online.
I think we're just, Chair, it's Luke Mansfield, Acting Deputy Secretary, Disability and Carers. We're just waiting on 2 more witnesses, but I believe that they're in the building, so they should be very imminently. But I do, with your agreement, have an opening statement, and I'm happy to start reading
well,
that.
we might
if
get
that would be
underway.
helpful. Sure.
Okay, well, we'll get underway if that's okay,
there we
so
go.
I'll move on. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Social Services and the National Disability Insurance Agency. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I'm Wendy Askew, Chair of the committee, and I have Senator Green and Senator Steele-John all on video with me. I remind witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asked for opinions on matter of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Before we begin, can I please ask you to state your name and the capacity in which you appear for the benefit of the Hansard transcript, and we'll start for those in the committee room with the Department of Social Services.
Thank you, Chair. Luke Mansfield, Acting Deputy Secretary, Disability and Carers.
Peter Broadhead, Group Manager, NDIS Participants and Performance Group in the Department of Social Services.
Branch Manager, NDIS Governance Policy and Legislation.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hoffman.
Good afternoon, Senators. Martin Hoffman, Chief Executive, NDIA.
Excellent. Thank you. And Mr. Mansfield, you mentioned that you have an opening statement. We'll start with you and then we'll see if Mr.
Thank you, Chair, and I've given a copy to the Secretariat. The National Disability Insurance Scheme Participant Service Guarantee and Other Measures Bill provides for long-awaited positive improvements to the participant experience, making interactions around the NDIS simpler, more transparent and predictable. The bill responds to concerns raised by NDIS participants in very extensive consultations undertaken in 2019 as part of the review of the NDIS Act undertaken by Mr David Tune AO PSM, which was published in January 2020. In recent days, there has been a variety of claims made and opinions put forward as to the intention and effect of the plan variation powers contained in the bill. I would like to put on the record some clarifying information to assist the committee. First and foremost, under current law, the NDIA can initiate a review of a person's plan at any time. This has been the case since 2013, when the legislation was first enacted with multi-party support and support from all states and territories. During the consultations for the Tune Review, stakeholders raised concerns that it was not possible to make necessary variations or amendments to a plan without undertaking a full plan review. In other words, to get an error corrected or a change in a specified support, the whole plan had to be reassessed. This was a source of concern for participants as it was potentially put the whole plan in doubt, and it was cumbersome for both the participant and the NDIA to have to do a full review when only a small change was required. There were views put forward by participants that they were avoiding making minor changes and corrections because they did not wish to undergo a full review of their plan. Accordingly, Mr Tune recommended, Recommendation 21, that the Act be amended to introduce a new Category D rulemaking power, giving the NDIA the ability to amend a plan in appropriate circumstances. Plan variations will allow for minor variations to be made to a participant's plan without the need for the entirety of a participant's support needs to be reassessed. Variations can be initiated either by the participants themselves or by authorised officers within the NDIA. Participants are required to be involved in and communicated with as part of any process to vary their plan. This requirement does not change with this bill. As drafted in the bill, plan variation will not be used to make major changes to the support in a participant's plan. If these amendments are passed, both the NDIS Act and the rules will prescribe a discrete set of circumstances in which plan variations may be used, including where a correction is required for a minor or technical error, or where a participant requires crisis or emergency funding. These Category D rules will be subject to consultation with states and territories and are legislative instruments that can be disallowed by the Parliament. All plan variations, as with initial plans and reviews, must still meet the requirements of the Act to provide reasonable and necessary supports. All plan variation decisions will be still subject to the rights of internal review and external AAT appeal. If this amendment is not made, it will still be possible, as it is now and has been since 2013, for the NDIA to initiate an unscheduled review of a participant's plan, which may result in changes to that plan. Another area where concerns have been expressed by some stakeholders is the amendments to recognise that a fluctuating or episodic psychosocial condition can nevertheless be permanent for the purposes of someone being found eligible for the NDIS. This was again a Tune review recommendation based on specific concerns raised that people with psychosocial disability were not gaining access because at times their condition had less impact on their functioning. Improving access for people with psychosocial disability through recognition of the fluctuating or episodic nature of a person's condition is a positive change. It is not intended to, and does not, impact anyone else's eligibility for the scheme. This is made clear in the explanatory memorandum for this bill. Some recent commentary has gone to concerns about the way the changes in the Act and rules will be implemented in practice. If this bill is passed, a new principle in the Act will be co-design with people with disability. This principle applies to the way the NDIA operationalises its functions under the Act and rules. An important focus of the bill is the Participant Service Guarantee. This is also an outcome of the Tune review and will set out times within which decisions must be made and service standards which must be met, with the Ombudsman empowered to report on the NDIA's performance against these timeframes and standards. This ensures timelines and responsiveness in the way that the NDIS is administered, directly improving participants' experience of the NDIS. I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to clarify these matters today. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Mr Mansfield. Mr Hoffman, did you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator. Mr Mansfield has covered it well.
Thank you. So we'll start with Senator Green.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And thanks for that opening statement. Can I just clarify, you said that some claims have been made and opinions put forward. Who are you talking about there?
There's plenty.
The disability advocates that we've been hearing from today?
There's been a variety of commentary, Senator, in the public domain, including in the media, in relation to, and social media in relation to these matters. I wasn't directing it to a particular individual or organisation, just referring to a number of media and social media and other comments that I'm aware of in the public domain.
Well, on notice, can you provide the committee with what you're referring to there?
I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. How many submitters raised the issue of time constraints in relation to the consultation period with the department?
I might ask Mr. Broadhead to talk to that, or Ms. Yeend. I know that the consultation paper summary talked about the issues raised. I'm not sure whether we've got a specific number in relation to that, but I'll just check with my colleagues.
So, Mr. Peter Broadhead, I'm not aware that we've actually enumerated the number of requests. There were requests for an extension, if that's what you're referring to, during the period in which the exposure draft of both the rules and the bill were up for consultation. I think there was actually a joint letter from some organisations to that effect. So whether you count that as one or the number of signatures.
So how many requested an extension?
I don't have the exact number.
Is that, I mean, we've got can someone find that out for us? I mean, that's pretty crucial information to understand the consultation period. I wouldn't have thought there was too many submissions to go through or too many requests for extensions. I don't think you need to take that on notice. I think you can come back to the committee by the end of this session. Why was only a 4-week consultation period set on the exposure draft with submissions? I mean, we've only been able to have 2 weeks to have this inquiry, but you've only allowed 4 weeks of consultation on the exposure draft. Why was that decision made?
Senator, I think it's important to understand that this, as I indicated in my opening statement, but that this process really commenced in relation to engagement with the disability community in 2019.
That's not my question. My question is in relation to the exposure draft.
So the exposure draft period was 4 weeks, and it followed consideration of all of the inputs that came through the Tune review, and since that time, and was put out following engagement with state and territory disability ministers, and then put to public consultation for a period of 4 weeks.
So what do you mean by consultation with state and territory ministers? Do you mean the 24 hours notice that you gave them?
So
the letter that you sent them with 24 hours notice that the consultation period was about to start?
So engagement with disability ministers occurred prior to the commencement of the period, and there had been broad engagement with states and territories about the intention of the Commonwealth to bring forward the participant service guarantee legislation for some time. Indeed, at the time there was a decision taken by disability ministers not to pursue the legislation in relation to independent assessments. There was discussion about an intention to look at an alternative legislative package, including the participant service guarantee.
But when you provided a copy of the exposure draft to the states and territories, how long until the consultation period started?
Peter?
The actual exposure draft of the bill was provided shortly before the consultation period began. I think what my colleague's referring to is that the matters that were carried through in the exposure draft of the bill and the rules had been under discussion for some time, including with state and territory ministers and with the sector more broadly.
That's why, with respect, that's why I asked about when you provided the exposure draft. I'm not actually asking about the consultation period around other reviews. So you said it's shortly before. Do you mean within a 24-hour period?
I'd have to go and check exactly when it was released, but it was only shortly before the exposure draft was released more widely.
Are any of the changes in the bill or the new rules tied to modelling or targets Are they to do with scheme sustainability? Is that
No,
the justification?
no.
Mr. Hoffman?
No, they're not. There is modelling about our requirements to meet the PSG and calculations of time and motion, etc. But if that's what you meant by modelling, but not in terms of the scheme costs.
Some of the, quite a number of submitters and witnesses today have noted the reliance in the bill to make changes to Category D of the rules, rather than include that information in the legislation or create those changes in a rule category which is higher and requires the control of states and territories. Why has the bill been drafted with such heavy reliance on rules, particularly Category D rules that don't require don't require the agreement of states and territories?
As my colleague, Peter brought it again, as my colleague mentioned in his opening statement, the original recommendation made in 2019 by the Tune Review, by David Tune, was that it be a Category D rule that gave effect to the power of variation, so that the Act be amended to allow variation and that the detail be carried through in a Category D rule. That was the subject of discussion, so his review was presented to what was then the Disability Ministers' Council, to Disability Reform Council in December 2019, and his report was published on the 20th of January 2020. It has been in the public domain since January 2020 that this was proposed to be an amendment to the Act and to be given effect through Category D rules.
Are you referring, what recommendation are you referring
Number
to?
21 on page 140 of the report by David Tune.
And is that the recommendation that the CEO should be able to make variations? Is that what you were talking about?
Yes, it is, Senator. Recommendation 21 was that the Act be amended to introduce a new Category D rulemaking power, giving the NDIA the ability to amend a plan in appropriate circumstances.
In appropriate circumstances?
Yes, and the discussion of this was in Chapter 8 of his report and went to a number of the comments that people made which led him to that recommendation.
And in that discussion of the recommendation, does it not include a reference to that power should be used in limited circumstances?
Appropriate, I think, was the term
appropriate
used.
circumstances, Senator.
Why haven't the final rules been made available, not only to us as senators that need to vote on this legislation and consider it through this committee, but also to stakeholders?
The short answer, Senator, is that they're actually still being drafted. So there were exposure drafts.
When will they be being drafted?
There were exposure drafts released with the bill, but the bill itself was amended in light of the consultations, and then, of course, having amended the bill, which has now been introduced, the rules themselves now have to be amended to reflect. So the drafts that were made available publicly now have to be amended to reflect changes coming out of the consultation.
And of course, Senator, the draft rules will be circulated to states and territories for consultation as part of the process before they're finalised.
But what's the time frame around that?
It's not entirely within our control, given parliamentary drafting and so on, but I would expect that particularly the plans around the rules around plan administration, which are the rules that would include the bit about variations, would be sooner rather than later. In other words, I would hope it would be not long from now.
Do you anticipate the rules being available before the Senate is asked to vote on this legislation?
I wouldn't want to speculate on that, Senator.
Well, it's a pretty important question.
Ultimately, I'm happy to take that on notice and confer with the minister responsible, who ultimately authorises legislation and rules.
Okay. But there's no commitment at the moment that the rules will be available for the Senate before we're asked to vote. on
I didn't say that
legislation.
there was a commitment or not. I said that I would take on notice and put that to the Minister, and we will come back to the committee in relation to that.
States and territories have expressed a concern at being cut out of important decisions about how about how participants' plans are funded. Is that are those concerns being taken on board? Why is the decision to put these powers into a Rule D and the concerns of states and territories not being taken into account at this stage?
Senator, sorry, just in relation to your previous question, I'm advised that we can commit that the rules will be made available ahead of a vote, so I'm happy to confirm that. And apologies for interrupting your question.
No, that's fine. I mean, that's useful information. This committee has to report on the 25th of November. It would be, whoever texts you, you can text them back to say it'd be better for the committee to have it before we report as well. My question was around states and territories. They've raised concerns. This is a jointly funded scheme. Are the changes to, put some powers into category Rule Ds going against the fundamental design of the NDIS being jointly funded and jointly agreed to?
No, Senator, because they're subject to consultation with the states and territories, which is entirely appropriate, and certainly feedback received by states and territories during the course of the consultation on the bill was examined very closely, and indeed much of the feedback that was provided by states and territories was reflective of feedback from other disability stakeholders, and the government made amendments to the bill responding to that feedback. So certainly we work very closely with our state and territory colleagues. It will be subject to consultation, which is appropriate, and as indicated in my opening statement, the original recommendation was that these be Category D rules, and that was a recommendation of Mr. Tune.
Can I ask about Section 47A, which provides a power for the CEO to vary a plan? Can I just ask, we've talked about the Tune review, but where in the Tune review recommendations is the basis for the plan variation limitations to be carried out through delegated legislation or rules?
Well,
The recommendation itself indicated that the Act be amended to introduce a new Category D rule-making power, giving the NDIA the ability to amend a plan in appropriate circumstances, which of course will be specified in the rules. Is that your question, Senator? Or
Yeah, maybe if I just put this another way, have you identified any particular cohorts of participants who will benefit or readily use variations of plans? Which types of disabilities are we talking about?
the intention is that all participants would benefit from this change, in the sense that the issues raised with Mr. Tune was that it was unwieldy and burdensome and, something that participants didn't like, that you had to have a complete reassessment in order to have a minor change made to your plan. So anybody who wants a minor change made to their plan is potentially a beneficiary of this amendment.
We might come back to that assertion, but why did the ministers made some comparisons between Section 48 and Section 47, and I think in your opening statement you did that as well. Can I just, I understand that Section 48, the criteria for that change is located in a Category A rule. Is that right? So it's the criteria for the variation or the change.
Senator, the category of rules for section 47A, they are category D rules, and that was how it was introduced. In relation to section 48, there were previously no rules necessarily associated with the particular measures that might be considered, because the entire plan is open for reassessment.
But, sorry, are there rules now that are associated with section 48?
At the moment, there are no rules that distinguish what might be in a plan reassessment compared to a plan variation, because both those categories are new.
Okay. There's been some concerns raised about the limitation of the CEO's power in the legislation, particularly that I think there's a concern about the fact that it could be used unilaterally without consent of participants. What limitations are in place in terms of that power, and will those limitations be contained in Category A rules?
So, Senator, as I mentioned, there's a requirement for the NDIA to engage with participants during the planning process, and certainly that is the case this time, as is the case under current legislation, so that does not change.
But the decision to vary a plan, or to, as I understand it, take it from a variation to a full reassessment, that decision itself, what limitations will there be on that decision?
So if I understand the question correctly, Senator, at the moment it's proposed under 47A that a participant or the NDIA can initiate a request for a variation. That includes in 47A(1)(b) a correction of a minor or technical error, but in 1A and 1C, 47(1A), 1C, it cross-references the rules. So the specific circumstances are dealt with, or will be dealt with, in the rules as proposed. In that section, it also says each variation must be prepared with the participant. So it's not something that's done, away from the view of the participant.
Excuse me, if I can just interrupt for a minute. I just asked you a question whether the rules you're talking about are the ones that are still being drafted?
They're the rules that are still being drafted, yes.
Right.
So it's cross-referencing the rules that in this case would be Category D rules as proposed, dealing with plan administration. But I'm just pointing out that in the provision as proposed in the bill, there is a recommendation, inclusion of a particular premise for having a variation, which is a correction of a minor or technical error. But the other premises, a change to statement of participant support or of a kind described, both refer to the rules which are in draft. It does say that each variation must be prepared with the participant. There isn't essentially. At the moment, the NDIA can initiate a review, as it's currently called, or a reassessment, as it's proposed it will now be termed, of a person's plan. That's already the case, so there isn't any new limitation on that. What would be available if the bill is passed is the ability to not have to do a full reassessment, but to just make a variation.
Mr. Hoffman, we've had evidence today from legal experts, stakeholders, advocates in the field that contradict the evidence being given by department officials right now in regards to the power that is being provided to you under 47A, concerns about the rules not being finalised yet, and yet the legislation being put to the Senate. And concerns about the consultation period. Like if it was one certain individual who was misinterpreting the rules or the legislation, then I can understand the position that we would need to clarify that. But what it appears to me from today's hearing is that there is a collective opposition to this legislation in the way that it is drafted now, particularly in relation to the new 47A power. After the independent assessments debacle, aren't you concerned about this legislation going forward in its current format?
Senator, if I can take that.
My question was to Mr. Hoffman. Thank you.
Yes, Senator.
Senator, I think that the proposed legislation, as set out, as explained by my colleagues in the department, does what it says it will do and does what Mr. Choon said it should do, which is facilitate the minor variation of plans in a simpler and more straightforward way than is the case today. It does no more or less than that. It doesn't give me any more powers than I already have delegated down through the organisation for the conduct of reviews, to be called reassessments. It is constrained by the same sections of the current Act in terms of any changes to supports, continuing to meet the reasonable and necessary test, and so on. So I'm not familiar with the detail of the people who are, you say, contradicting my department colleagues, but as far as I've heard their evidence, it accords with my understanding of the intent and purpose of the bill.
Mr. Hoffman, the evidence we've received today has been pretty scathing of this legislation. It seems to me that it could be one of two things, that the independent assessments process has broken a level of trust with people in the community, and so they're not willing to trust that the rules won't be, unfair or won't go too far. They're not willing to trust that you will use the use the powers provided to you under the legislation in an appropriate way. Is it just a matter of rebuilding trust to for those stakeholders to understand that this legislation doesn't pose a risk to the scheme? Or is it, as they've put it, there are significant risks under this legislation?
I think, as my colleagues have said, that the rules, the draft rules should be made available, which I think will assist the situation. And then it is a matter of continuing to operate the scheme as well as we can, including the activities we've undertaken since IAs in terms of co-design workshops and building the relationships with the sector.
How does a 4-week consultation period about a significant change to the NDIS represent co-design?
Senator, I'm always pleased to answer questions, but that is one that is better answered by the department, I have to say.
Senator, as I indicated, there was a 4-week period. Yes, you can focus on the amount of time, but based on our engagement with the sector, there were quite a number of workshops held, ability for people to ask questions in relation to the intention of the bill, in relation to how it would operate. There was a public submission process. There were many people who engaged in that public submission process. There was multiple occasions where there was engagement with the Independent Advisory Council for the NDIS, engagement with the Disability Discrimination Commissioner, engagement with many stakeholders, disability representative organisations, and indeed engagement with disability representative organisations before introduction of the bill.
How many states were in lockdown over that 4-week consultation period?
Senator, the engagement that happened with the sector was conducted virtually, and there was active participation.
Though, is it? Because a lockdown doesn't just mean that you can't meet in face-to-face. A lockdown means that you're dealing with increasing case numbers, people who have disabilities who need extra support, and government department officials and advocates who are trying to get members of the disability community vaccinated. It's not just about, oh, well, we'll just pop the meeting on Zoom. So how many states were in lockdown over those 4 weeks?
Senator, there was really active participation in the consultation process, and I don't agree that there is any correlation between whether a state was in lockdown or not and whether there was participation, because there was participation during that period, including...
You need to take the question on notice.
I will take the question on. I will take the question on notice as to which states were in lockdown during the relevant period.
Thank you. I just have one more set of questions, Chair, and I know Senator Steele-John's eager to ask as many questions as well. This is just on the issue around changes. It's not clear at the moment, I think, in terms of fluctuating and episodic impairments and what the flow-on effect of changes will be to those definitions. The explanatory memorandum sort of tries to set out the intention in relation to the exclusion of episodic and fluctuating conditions from psychosocial disabilities in section 24.3 and 25.1a, which might imply that they're not considered to be permanent disabilities. Can I just ask if you could clarify that? Why weren't non-psychosocial episodic and fluctuating conditions included in the changes to clarify access?
Senator, if I may.
Thank you.
When the consultations and previous feedback on episodic conditions, it was just about all material that we received at the time related to psychosocial conditions. There was concern that insufficient numbers of people with psychosocial disability compared with what might have been expected had entered the scheme, and there was a view from the sector and from others that the clarification of a psychosocial disability as being episodic and fluctuating but could still be considered permanent, that was where most of the public consultation back in 2019, that's where that went. There was no intention in separating out psychosocial disability to indicate that any other condition which might be fluctuating would be changed in any way. There are, as you know, a number of people with episodic and fluctuating conditions who are already members and participants in the NDIS, and that won't change.
I think the concern is that while that information might be available in the legislation or the explanatory memorandum, that it might not filter down all the way through to planners. So what steps will be taken to make sure that planners don't misinterpret this change and deprioritise people with fluctuating conditions?
That's probably something best directed to Mr. Hoffman.
Thanks, Mr. Hoffman.
Yes, thanks, Senator. So we've already started planning, but still subject to the parliamentary processes on the sort of changes that we would need to make to operating guidelines, standard operating procedures, training materials for the front line. So the important point is, as Yin said, is that there is no change to the current approaches, current arrangements for non-psychosocial conditions that may have episodic or fluctuating characteristics. And in the guidance that we would use and training materials, as I said, SOPs, we would emphasise that there is no change to the assessment criteria for that point. Given that we're talking about access, that means we have a smaller group. The access is considered by one team rather than planning, which is spread across the country. So I'm confident that there will be no disadvantage or no negative change in the way the scheme is operated as a result of improving the way it operates for psychosocial potential participants.
The NDIS Joint Standing Committee has raised some concerns about this as well, particularly in regards to evidence they've received that indicate that people living with particular disability types are experiencing difficulty accessing the scheme because the NDIA considers that their condition requires medical intervention, not disability support. Can you guarantee that people applying for NDIS, for the NDIS with fluctuating conditions such as multiple sclerosis or stroke will not be worse off under this bill?
Senator, absolutely. There is nothing in this bill that is about making those conditions more difficult or worse off. The agency will continue to make access decisions in respect of those sorts of conditions in accordance with the Act and the rules.
I might leave it there, Chair, and if I have any follow-ups after Senator Steele-John asks his questions, I'll let you know.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Steele-John. Thank you.
We can't hear you, Jordan.
Lovely. I muted myself. That's better. I momentarily fulfilled a lot of people's dreams and ambitions by being unable to be heard in this space. Fantastic. So before I go to the meat and potatoes of a lot of the evidence I've heard today, I wonder if I could just clear up something with Ms. Yegan. So in terms of the Act as we've currently got it, Section 48 of the Act as we've currently got it, we've got the terminology of review, and that terminology of review is shifting to terminology of reassessment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And under the Act as it currently articulates itself in terms of what we might describe as the scope of reviews, that can't be changed without a Category A-based decision. That's currently a Category A-based decision for a review at the moment?
Senator, there are, and I'll take this one on notice, but my understanding at the moment, there are no rules that go to the sorts of things that might be considered for plan reassessment as compared with something that might go to something that is a variation, because the split between those two didn't exist before this bill. So the question about the rules, which do put that split in, hasn't previously arisen.
No, I know that, but I'm just talking about in terms of what we have now. So what we have now, putting aside what this bill intends to do, what we have now in terms of reviews as they currently exist. If you want to modify the scope of what a review is, that's a Category A decision, yeah?
Senator, I understand that's correct.
Right. So under the thing as it is now, the scope of a review, that's a Category A decision which requires the concern of the states and territories. Now, reassessment, as we have now renamed review reassessment, and reassessment are Category D decisions under the current proposed legislation, correct?
Category D, did you say, Senator?
Yeah, Category D.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so why have we made the change from Category A decisions for reviews, which require, if you want to change the scope, the consent of the states and territories, to reassessment, which are Category D? What's the justification?
Senator, as indicated in my opening statement, the recommendation from Mr Tune was a Category D rule. The circumstances within which rules...
Which recommendation are we talking about now, Mr Mansfield?
Sorry?
Sorry, Senator?
Which recommendation are you referring to?
Oh, sorry, Senator.
It's recommendation 21 of the Tune Review recommended that the Act be varied to provide a power for a Category D rule in relation to plan amendment, it was termed. So that was the original recommendation. I can't speak, obviously, for Mr Tune, but my understanding is that he viewed the rules around when a variation might be used as being of an administrative nature and therefore belonging in Category D.
And just to clarify for you both, I'm not yet in the area of Section 47A. We're still with Section 48 is my question now. So when we are looking at Section 48, why, when reviews currently are a Category A decision, why are now reassessment a Category D decision? Why? What's the change?
So just to be clear, Senator, when you say that a review decision which is made by the NDIA doesn't have a category as such because it's a decision made under the Act, it's only rules that have categorisation. So rules under Section 209, I think, are categorised into A, B, C or D.
Yes. My reference to, apologies, my reference is to varying the scope of a review. And this is my understanding. You can correct me, but I understand that Ms. Yeen just confirmed this. If we need to clarify that, though, let's do that. My understanding is that the current legislation, as it exists, if you wish to vary the scope of a review that is possible under Section 48, that is currently a Category A decision requiring the consent of all states and territories. Is that correct?
To the extent there are rules about the operation of Section 48 of the Act, they are Category A rules, yes, at the moment.
Yes, okay.
So if you look at Section 209 of the Act and you look at the table at the bottom of that section, then it sets out the sections of the Act and the categories of rules that arise from those sections of the Act.
Yes.
And so you can see there in the Act that under Item 1, Category A rules, Section 48 is listed.
Yes, okay. So we are now moving to a situation where the word review has been replaced with the word reassessment, and reassessment under Category 48 vary to the scope of that is a Category D decision. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So why have we moved to a situation where the scope of because review and reassessment are just two different words for the same thing under the legislation as proposed, if I understand it correctly. So why are we moving from a situation where review scope was a Category A decision to a Category D decision? What is your justification for that change?
Senator, Category D recognises the process will only be minor changes. Category A indicates that a full review may have significant financial...
So assessment will only be a minor change? I'm not following you, Mansfield.
Sorry, Senator. Full review may involve significant financial implications for states and territories, hence Category A. Category D recognises that the process will only be for minor changes.
Yes.
Senator, if I may elaborate just a little more.
Yes.
When the decision, Mr Tune made the decision to make variations a Category D rule, it was an administrative split-off from what might otherwise be a full reassessment. and that in its nature is administrative. So it was not a substantive change, it's just a separation of some things that might be in a variation and some things that might go to reassessment, unlike a range of other things that could be in the rules that go to substance. These were considered administrative.
Okay, I might put some further, I'm conscious of the time, but I might put some further questions in that area on notice. So in relation to 47A, we have over the last couple of weeks continued to hear from the agency and the government that these legislative changes are intended to benefit the participants, and that the variation powers granted to the CEO will be limited and are intended to, as I say, benefit the participant. However, there is nothing that I've been able to identify in the legislation itself that limits the use of this power in this way. So putting aside what the rules may be and keeping ourselves to the Act itself, there is nothing in the legislation currently that limits the use of this variation power to a variation which benefits the participant, or is that? Is that correct?
So you're talking about the rules, Senator?
No, the Act.
Yeah.
No,
No,
legislation.
The
I'm not really interested in the rules, Mr. Broadbent, because the Act itself is the heart of the thing. So I'm talking about the Act itself. Is there anything in the legislation which limits the use of the powers under 47A to something that either proactively says that the CEO must use it for a participant's benefit, or indeed prevents the use for the removal of a support?
So I think the answer to your question is that there are some things in there, but there is also a reference to rules. So what is in the section as proposed in the bill does include, as I've mentioned earlier, that if the variation is a correction of a minor or technical error, so that sets out a ground in which a variation might be undertaken, which is in the Act. But elsewhere it refers to circumstances prescribed by the rules, and so it's in the rules rather than the Act. A number of the ways in which, the grounds on which this would be done.
But in the Act, Mr. Broadbent, and I hear you when you say minor changes. I hope that I at least am able to grasp the meaning of the word minor. But unless it's changed since I last checked the dictionary, there's nothing in that word that necessarily means that minor change would be for the benefit of the participants, is there?
I don't think there's that specific requirement, no.
So, for example, is it possible that these powers can be used to remove supports from people's plans?
The powers under this variation power could only be used in accordance with the rest of the Act. So, for example, it would be required to be exercised in having regard to Section 31, which is the principles governing planning, which includes that, to the extent possible, it should be done at the direction of the participant, for example. It's also subject to Section 34, which sets out what are reasonable and necessary supports and how those are to be arrived at. So it's not separate to those provisions under the Act. So exactly as plans currently have to meet those criteria and be done in that way, variations would also have to meet those criteria and be done in that way.
So what you've said is basically that a variation must meet, in the agency's view, the definition of reasonable and necessary, for instance, under the Act.
Yes.
But that in itself doesn't place any. That is no preventative to the question of whether a support may be removed, only that removal of that support is considered to be reasonable and necessary, correct?
Yeah, well, a support by implication could only be removed if it was not reasonable or necessary.
Now, the two sections of rules which you've stepped out for us, they haven't currently been provided to the public, which has been a source of serious concern in terms of evidence today. And it has been put to us that these rules, these limitations, should indeed be included in the Act itself, not within rules, and certainly not within Category D rules, which only require consultation. So why was ultimately the decision taken to implement these pieces as Category D rules?
Senator, that was what was recommended by Mr. Tune in his 2019 review released in January 2020, and that is what has been put forward. I acknowledge that you've heard from people today in relation to the rules not being currently available to members of the public, and certainly there's been a commitment made to the rules being made available ahead of the vote in the Parliament, and of course a exposure draft of the rules was circulated with the bill as part of the consultation process.
Yes.
Now, there's been public comment from the CEO and from the Minister that consent or permission is not required and not a normal practice, part of the NDIS practice, and that the CEO plan variation power and any changes that may result from it must include participants, is the language that is used. However, the problem that I have and that many others have with this analysis is that there is an assumption at the heart of it. And the assumption is that because permission is not currently required, then it is not necessary to include it going forward. And that the vague language used in relation to including a participant is satisfactory. If the intention of the agency to use these powers is in the context that a participant is already actively engaged in a conversation with the NDIA about their plan, then why are you not simply seeking to express that permission and the expectation of that permission in the process? Why not codify it, as was suggested by Mr. Donovan, so that before you initiate this process, not questioning your power to do it, the suggestion that was made to us that before the initiation of the process, the participant's consent is sought. Why not simply do that and allay people's significant concerns?
So, if I understood the question correctly, then it's not currently in the Act that, for example, for a review to be done, a person must first consent to the review being done. So there is, in a sense, a broader power to vary somebody's plan in whole or in part, or not even in part, but through a complete review. There already exists that power, and there is nothing in that I'm aware of that requires consent from the participant for that to happen. So this is a more limited power being proposed to make a lesser change to a plan. It would seem strange to have no requirement for consent to make a major change to somebody's plan, but to have a requirement for consent to make a minor change to the plan. So consent isn't the premise for the way planning is done in the Act at the moment, and hasn't been since the Act passed the Parliament in 2013. That's not to say that people aren't engaged and that there is that principle that the planning should be done as much as possible directed by the participant, but in the final analysis it's not a matter of consent as such, and hasn't been since the Act was first passed. I
mean, my last question to you is simply this. You've heard I hope you have tuned in today through the course of much of the evidence that has been given. And you would have heard, I hope, the serious and authentic concern expressed by the disability community in relation to this legislation. Mr. Mansfield, if you aren't able to give us today a timeline for the release of the actual draft rules, I think is what you have indicated to us, there's been a really clear and again very authentic ask that more time be given to consult with the disability community and to iron out the heart of these concerns. Is it the department's intent to, is it on the table that you would, in good faith, reopen this legislation and make amendments to address some of these concerns? Now, that may mean that we don't legislate this thing in the next 2 weeks of Parliament, but at the end of the day, you'll get a better bill which we have been able to fully read the rules of before we actually pass the thing. Is that even a faintest possibility, or are you just going to charge ahead with this regardless?
Senator, there's quite a lot in your question, but if I can just unpack it slightly. I undertook to provide on notice when the Category D rule related to the discussion that we've been having around plan variation would be provided, and I'll undertake to continue to take that on notice. I did clarify that there is an intention for it to be made public before any vote in relation to this bill. It's ultimately a decision of government as to whether a bill goes forward or doesn't go forward, and certainly the Minister's intention to refer it for this inquiry was to enable a good discussion and input and feedback in relation to the bill, and of course this committee will report on that to the and it's then a matter for government.
And I'll put it to you, Mr. Broadhead and Mr. Mansfield, that in fact, regardless of what you consider to be the precedent set by the 2013 legislation, and I disagree with the interpretations that you've put to us today, it has been convincingly argued that the proper framing for the dynamic between participant and the agency in relation to their plan is one of a contract. And it is standard practice that you do not vary a contract once it has been signed without the consent of both parties. And by the way, it is three states were in lockdown when you opened that consultation process: Victoria, New South Wales and the ACT.
Senator Steele-John. Senator Green had one very quick follow-up.
Thank you. Yes, just a quick follow-up. Because we've been talking so much about the recommendation under the Tune review, recommendation 21, I believe. We do have, through a Freedom of Information document, we do know that changes were made to the Tune review report by the department before it was released. And we've just had a check and can see that recommendation 21 was changed. The word limited was changed to appropriate by the department. Why did you make that change?
The Tune review was David Tune's report, not the department's.
But we've got the marked up version, so that's, we know that the changes were made.
There was a small group of people that supported David Tune, but that doesn't detract from the fact that it is David Tune's report. So the changes that were made with his support.
Seriously? Like,
The changes that were made with David Tune's support.
from limited to appropriate, and now you're using that as the basis to make these changes. So I'm asking you, why change it from limited to appropriate?
I think that the evidence that was just provided by my colleague was that Mr. David Tune provided his report to the government, and it reflected
Which was amended by
modified it.
Far
You
out.
modified it.
which reflects the words appropriate.
We didn't modify
Senator,
it. David
Senators,
Tune, it's David Tune's report.
That's
The
right.
first
So I think
version of that report, spoke about limited circumstances, and the department changed it to appropriate circumstances. Now, we know that through FOI, and it is
Senator John,
absolutely outrageous
we are way
to
over
sit here
time. I'm
attempting to
sorry.
make the point that we don't know what we're talking about, gaslight the entire disability community who've given an entire
Senator
day of
John,
evidence, and then sit
Senator
there and
John, I'm
say,
going to
oh,
finish
it
this
was
up.
David Tune's report. Utterly ridiculous.
Senator Steele-John and Senator.
I
thank
agree wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring that to an end on that basis, and thank you everyone for your time today and for giving us evidence. The committee is reporting to the Senate on the 25th of November, and you have taken some questions on notice, and others will be provided to you. So if you could get those responses and any other response to other evidence that may have been provided today to the Secretariat by the close of business on the 17th of November, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
So that concludes today's hearing, and on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank all those who have made submissions to the inquiry and made representatives available today. I'd also like to thank the Broadcasting, Hansard and Secretariat staff for their assistance, and the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.